All right, we are back here for the live stream at CardsHQ for the Bothan Invitational. Just wrapped up the 6 rounds of Swiss to kick off the team event, the second ever Star Wars Unlimited team event, and now we are getting ready to kick out Pool 1 of the 8K here at the Bothan Invitational, the largest prize pool given out in an event for Star Wars Unlimited to date. I'm Josh Snyder. We've got Jeff Creasy here with me, and we are excited, getting ready for some more great Star Wars Unlimited action.
Super excited. Yeah, that's a lot of Ks. And for the chat wondering, so the way it's going to be split up is there are 2 pools of the 8K. Each pool is going to have its own top 8. So today we're going to do 4 rounds of Pool A. Okay. The first thing we're going to do tomorrow is the last 3 rounds of the Swiss of Pool A. Yep. And then tomorrow is going to be all 7 rounds of the Swiss of Pool B.
Right.
Then Sunday is going to be the top 16 of the main event, the top 16 being the top 8 of Pool A and the top 8 of Pool B.
Right.
Then we'll also do the top 8 of the team event on Sunday. So it's Championship Sunday. Everything on Sunday is going to be top cut.
Oh, yeah.
Everything tomorrow is going to be a marathon grind of Swiss. And speaking of marathon grind, we got 4 more rounds of Swiss to do tonight. So
that's right.
You drink your water, take your Advil, get ready for some long day, a long day of SWU for the next couple of days. I'm super excited.
Yeah, buckle in. We had a little bit of a break. We got some food. We're able to chill for just a little bit, but now we're back. It's heating up in here. The players are excited. I'm excited to see how this unfolds because this is the first major event of Set 6 meta, and I do believe this event, the size of this event, over 100 players here in this first pool. We're going to have over 100 players tomorrow in the second pool. Hundreds of players here at CardsHQ for this second Bothan Invitational, and this is really going to set the tone for the meta moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people realize that there's a huge congregation of competitive talent here. You got all the top teams from the U.S. are here. And there's a lot of, we've got our PQs coming up. We know our sector and regional are both in the U.S. for this set. So I think this is going to be a huge kind of thumb to the pulse of the meta. To what do we actually need to prep for? Because right now the meta looks wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw all kinds of decks in the team event. Now, obviously, a little bit different because the pools were shared, right? So a little different than our first team event back in March. But it was still really neat because we had – actually, I should have had this opened up. We had, I believe it was 46 different decks represented among the teams earlier. 46 different decks. So when I say different decks, there could be multiple leaders that were represented, but they were different decks, different color variations, different bases, base leader combinations. So seeing 46 individual unique leader-based combinations in the team event was really cool, and I think we're going to see a lot of diversity this evening as well.
I think so too. I'm really excited for both the end of today. I'm really excited for both the end of today and the beginning of tomorrow to see how we're going to shake out the meta. And what we've got here, round 1, is we got Lego Pizza from the Bothan Network versus Steve C from the Colorado Cantina crew. And Ian is on this super spicy Yoda Tarkentown brew that he is very excited about. He told us, put me on stream and don't let me play against the space deck, I believe were his exact words. It looks like he's got his wish against Talz and Red.
Yeah, here we go. Game 1 of the main event. The 8K is underway. Yodakiller and Karis, the 2 units in the ground arena. We're going to play Knowledge and Defense for Lego Pizza, giving Karis -2/-2. Lego Pizza able to draw a card, but there is the power of the dark side. Lego Pizza forced to defeat Yodakiller. We do see the action ability used for Yoda. Lego Pizza drawing a card, and we will have 1 card put back on top or on the bottom. Yep, absolutely. So it goes to the bottom, and now shipping back over to Steve. We'll get the Force online and 2 damage into Tarkentown.
Yeah, and the big thing with this Yoda deck is you want what we call, especially with this version of it, we want what we call card velocity. And what we mean by that term is how much of your deck do you get to see in a game? He plays like -2/-2, draw a card. Yoda action, you always want to put a card on the bottom because you just want to see new cards in your deck. It's very unlikely that every card in your hand is the exact perfect, so you always want to just try to get through as much of your deck as you can so you have the best cards for any situation.
Absolutely. We do see Yoda, the original 3-cost Yoda unit from Spark of Rebellion coming out. Towson's Assassin is the response for Steve C. Force use. Yoda gets -3/-3. We do see Owen Lars coming out as well, so some more possible value. More card advantage for Lego Pizza. Karis coming across. Another 2 damage into Lego Pizza's base. Now that Townsend action ability used for the first time here in Game 1. Yoda, the old master, is defeated. Lego Pizza getting that when defeated trigger, drawing an extra card.
And interesting there, I think it was the correct play by Ian, by Lego Pizza, but you can see he could have passed because he knew that the Talzin was going to kill his unit and gotten a Yoda action out, but he says, you know what, I just want initiative. I'm not going to sit here and play this game of pass claim to get my 1 extra Yoda look from the leader.
Moving on to action phase number 4. Owen Lars going to attack into the Townsend's Assassin. Being defeated here, Lego Pizza able to restore 2.
And this is what he wants.
See the Ray. The Ray trigger, here it is.
This is the engine for this deck, is to trying to get... This is why you see like the Knowledge and Power, the cards that say... The random cards that say draw a card, is so that you can get Ray in his hand, keep putting it on top of his deck, and then drawing it with another card. So how many Ray triggers does he get off? That's what he wants to do with this with this deck.
Absolutely. 2 damage to Townsend's Assassin, 2 into Steve's base with the Ray trigger. When Ray is drawn during the action phase, you can reveal Ray to deal 2 damage to a unit and 2 damage to a base.
So the one time Ian wants to put a card on top is when he's going to play You're My Only Hope and play that card. And we saw him put a card on top. So if I'm Steve, to me that signifies, hey, I'm about to get blasted with something. And we see it in his hand. It looks like Ian, he put the Ray back on top, and now he's going to draw it.
You draw it again. Yeah, Knowledge and Defense will give Karis -2/-2. We will draw a card. You better believe it's Ray once again. And that's going to be another Ray trigger here. 2 damage dealt to Karis. Karis is defeated. Another 2 damage to Steve's base. Mother Townsend, leader unit deployed. We've got Karis Nemec coming out for the first time here in round 1.
Karis defeated. So this is really unfortunate for Ian. What he wants to be able to do is to use this Karis to get multiple Yoda triggers, to have it hidden, survive for a turn, get the spy, kill that the next turn. So Steve doing a really good job here of controlling the board so that Ian can't just get these free these free Yoda activations for all of these Ray reveals.
Yeah. Karis defeated. The Disclose met. We've got this awesome Bothan spy token
with the cowboy hat. Very, very important.
With
that is the
Lego
Cowboy
Pizza's
Mafia.
cowboy hat. You better believe it. That is a ready spy token for Lego Pizza.
I believe Tarkentown used there. Yeah, he's getting the marker out now.
Tarkentown going to take out that first copy of Townsend's Assassin. We've seen 2 already from Steve.
Yeah, Steve doing a really good job here of keeping the pressure on while also keeping Ian's board clear. This is exactly what Talzin wants to do. It's a combination of pressure and removal, and you just get this incremental advantage. And we see Ian kind of like getting suffocated a little bit, where all these units, they have win playeds, win defeateds. He constantly has the force. Like Steve is doing a really good job of killing all the units while still getting a decent amount of damage onto Ian's base.
You're absolutely right. It's 9 damage on Tarkentown right now, 5 damage on that red force base. Here comes Rivals Fall with the first action for Lego Pizza here, defeating Mother Townsend leader unit. Townsend's Assassin getting in for 4. That's 13 damage on Tarkentown. Steve will once again generate the force. Yoda's action ability used. Lego Pizza drawing a card.
And this turn, I would say, is very critical for Steve. Because next turn Yoda comes out, and also Blue Hero gets potentially its Luke's online. You start to get to all your top end when you get to that 7 resource turn. So it's really critical for Steve to widen the board a bit here and try to keep his foot on the gas so that Ian can't just take over the game starting next turn.
Couple 3 cost units being played for Steve. Jedi in hiding, as well as the Store Showdown promo Grand Inquisitor unit. Lego Pizza with the initiative. 7 resources, you called it. This is the turn. Yoda can be deployed. We are going to see, I believe that is the Village Protectors, a very shiny Village Protectors coming out with a shield token, and Steve has his own knowledge and defense. He will defend against the 2/2 shielded Sentinel, and Lego Pizza says, I'll raise You would extra.
We
Village
protected
protectors.
from one village, yes. What about second village?
Village people not going anywhere here on the 7 resource turn for Lego Pizza. Action back over to Steve, staring down the Sentinel once again. The force used here with Towson's action ability.
Yeah, I think that was basically a little bit of a pass of him wanting to see what Ian plays before he gets his attacks in, unless he has another -1/-1, but I can't see exactly where he would get that from right now.
Yoda's action ability was used. Grand Inquisitor coming in, taking out the shield token on Village Protectors. Yoda is deployed, discarding Ray. That is going to defeat the other Towson's assassin. Both assassins dealt with. Jedi in hiding will attack and take out the village people here.
Yeah, and Ian getting the restore online. I would say at this point, I think Steve's in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, he's got Force Lightning. Force Lightning. He's going to be able to deal enough damage, 6 total, to take out the Yoda leader unit. Great play with those 4 ready resources from Steve. We do see Daring Raid coming back across on the other side, taking out Jedi in hiding. Force used. Lego Pizza has to discard a card. It was a copy of BIATL, but a great play there.
Yeah, that was exactly what Steve needed to get back in this game. Now I think the rest of this game is going to come down to, does Ian draw his top end? Steve is going to have a lot of these middling threats, these 2 to 5 drop units that are really solid that Ian has to keep dealing with. But can Ian get his Luke? Can he get it not killed by power of the dark side? And can Steve keep the pressure on? And this is a really good start to keep the pressure on.
Karis coming down, that spy token immediately going in, taking 2 damage into it. We've got the Fallen Saber coming down onto Karis, but Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, coming out, taking care of Karis.
Yeah, notably since the spy token died that turn.
That's right.
It turned Luke
-6,
on.
-6.
So it goes
good.
back to the Karis from 4 turns ago where we were talking about how Ian wants to stack up his death triggers.
Atreus Acolyte in the ground arena for Steve, but there's enough cards in hand with this Rebellious Hammerhead win plate ability, taking out Atreus Acolyte, and here comes a very pretty copy of the Sun, but the Sun is going to get run into here. Yeah, it's extremely bright.
The Sun does
Look at
want
this.
friends.
Luke plus Daring Raid is going to take out the Sun, and Steve did not have the Force, so only 6 power, only 6 damage back into Luke Skywalker. He's still on the board.
And the real question is, can Steve get the Force back to finish off this Luke?
He's got Knowledge and Defense.
Yeah, that's a really good answer to cleanly kill the Luke.
Once again, both players have played multiple copies of Knowledge and Defense here in this first game. Rebellious Hammerhead getting into Steve's base. 14 damage on. Here comes, is that Darth Tyrannus here? Yeah, yes. Darth Tyrannus with the shield token. A 4/3 in the ground arena. But right now, Lego Pizza.
We saw a card on top.
Ahead in the
race. Gonna see? Oh, C-3PO.
Oh, look at this. C-3PO. He knows what's on top. Another Rebellious Hammerhead drawn. He'll play the Hammerhead. Win plate ability, taking out that shield token. And now there are 2 of them in the space arena. 2 5 power units, 10 damage being threatened. We're going to see another Fallen Lightsaber coming down onto Darth Tyrannus and fell the dragon to immediately respond to Tyrannus. We're going to see Secretive Sage, but right now, Lego Pizza in the driver's seat. Yoda's action ability used, but he's still showing a possible 15 on the board. 11 on the board, which is just 3 damage shy. Oh, and he's got Ray. Ray's on top with that Yoda action ability. C-3PO allowing it to be drawn. Another 2 damage to base, and Steve said, I have seen enough in game 1. Lego Pizza and his spicy Yoda Tarkin Town with the early lead here in round 1.
So that was a Ray count of 3 Rays drawn and revealed in game 1. I'm keeping track for the folks at home. So we had 3 Rays in game 1, and that was enough to get it across the finish line. We saw Steve put up a really valiant effort. I thought he played well, and you could see at the end that he knew that he was behind. So he was basically making these plays that says, I just have to hope Lego Pizza doesn't have anything. He probably does, but
Yep.
it goes to playing to win instead of playing not to lose. Steve says my only way to win this game is if I get a lightsaber on a unit, can get some damage in, can try to do this. But yeah, I think fairly well played by both players. And yeah, you could really see as soon as Yoda flipped, even though Steve could answer it, it gave Ian enough control to just take over the game and never let Steve back into it from there.
What a great first game for Lego Pizza. It's a deck that he's really been working on a little bit coming into this event, and very cool to see it in practice. And I mean, really some interesting includes that Rebellious Hammerhead doing a lot of work. Now, he did draw two of them, but such a good card here, and especially in this particular shell because Yoda is drawing a lot of cards. So that Rebellious Hammerhead just getting more and more effective in this type of build.
Everybody's talking, and with good reason, about cards like Aggressive Negotiations and how that card can just end games. But Rebellious Hammerhead is kind of in the same vein. And we see that card a decent amount in the Hantu Green shells where you can play it for cheaper. But in Yoda, where you have enough restore and you have enough game to always go wide, then it also works really well in that, where he's saying, you know, I want to sit here with all these cards in my hand. I want to play all these things that draw me one, draw me two, replace themselves. And with the Yoda action, you're going to see those every game. You're going to have the option to play it if it's a good game for it. And this is exactly the kind of matchup where the Hammerhead is good, because Talzin can't kill space that easily, and you usually get to kill their ground unit with it when you play it.
Absolutely. And I think you did mention a heck of a card in Aggressive Negotiations. Could be quite a explosive play
Absolutely
that we could see at some point in this match from Lego Pizza. Drawing all those cards, Aggressive Negotiations could be very impactful.
I mean, I think
for Lego Pizza,
everyone that's played this game for a bit has seen the power of a card like Surprise Strike, and when you let that scale infinitely, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but when you let it scale potentially massively, it just can become this mid to late game threat where your opponent always has to sit there and do the math. I had to deal with it in the 3v3 where I'm sitting there and my opponent had a 2-power unit. I said, okay, with aggressive, I can get attacked for 10 and that's one short, but it constantly changes the math of what do you play around? How do you play around certain things? What do you expect your opponent to have? So just the fact that it exists, even though Steve didn't see it that game, it changes the correct way you have to play the game.
No doubt. Game 2 underway here in round 1. Steve with the initiative. Karis, his opening play, and we've got Karis on the other side as well. Karis Nemec.
Yeah, and I think Karis is one of the main reasons that you don't see this as the 4 space. Obviously, Tarkentown is good, especially with all these Ray triggers, but Karis is just such a good unit, and we saw it last game with the Spy token lasting 4 turns and turning on a Luke. I think that Ian really doesn't want to have to be beholden to getting the Force to turn on his Ki-Adi-Mundis and things like that to draw cards. He would rather just draw cards with Yoda ability and with his events and with things like that.
Yeah. So here we go, turn 2. We're going to see an interesting play here. Force Lightning from Steve. 2 resources, blanking that Karis Nemec, losing all abilities, paying that 1 extra resource, dealing 2 damage and defeating it. And now we don't get that when defeated trigger because the abilities were blanked. We do see Village Protectors coming back out for Lego Pizza. Karis going to remove the shield token here, generate the Force for Steve.
Yeah, I love that play by Steve. He saw last game how annoying the Karis is, how the Spy token can hang around, and just getting it out of there all on 1 card. Because ideally, you know, one thing that Talzin likes to do is play something like a Power of the Dark Side on turn 2, and this is just better than that against Karis. It's one of your ways to kill big units, but it can really help you not fall behind early.
Lego Pizza with the initiative here. We've got a quick trade. Village Protectors for Karis. Night Sister Warrior coming down into the ground arena for Steve. Quick Yoda action ability for Lego Pizza. Drawing that card. We'll see if he continues what you were talking about, just wanting to see more cards here. What does he put? Oh, he
puts
went
one
back
on
on top. Okay, so
I'm
liking this hand
You're My Only
here.
Hope or C-3PO. Those are my thoughts.
Okay. Looks like we're paying 1. We're going to Daring Raid the Night Sister Warrior. When defeated trigger, Steve will draw a card. Steve just going to claim the initiative. What do we have for 3 here? from Lego Pizza. Is it a You're My Only Hope that you talked about? It's just going to be
Yoda. Interesting. We just kept the card on top.
He just really liked that hand. Didn't want to ship anything to the bottom, so.
Oh, I think was
the
that
old
a
master?
Ray? I can't tell what card he put on top, but yeah, it just tells you that Ian really likes his hand and really likes his position. He says, I don't need to see more cards in my deck. I just need the ones I have now.
Steve with the initiative. Force used. Mother Talzin's action ability, giving the old master -1/-1 for the phase.
And I love the way Steve is using Talzin's action here, because even if he wants to trade, if he wants to do anything else, he knows he's probably going to be able to get the force back. And so that was a -2/-2 onto the Karis. Steve knows he's going to be able to get the force back, and it's a little bit of a pass, a little bit of a you can't trade into me, I can trade into you a little bit better. So I really like the way Steve's using his Talzin leader ability here.
Karis currently a 0-2.
Notably can still attack to get the force, though.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Steve currently doesn't have the force, so could be an important play.
And it puts Steve in an interesting spot, too, because is he worried about a Daring Ray? Does he need to try to get the force right now? Or can he afford to play his card from hand? And I think that's what he's in the tank about right now.
So we're going to see Power of the Dark Side. It's going to defeat the Yoda unit. Lego Pizza drawing a card off of that when defeated trigger. And now we see Yodakiller coming out, that 2-cost 2/4 that will punish Steve a little bit when he plays events. We've got Mother Talzin leader unit deployed, Yoda action ability used once again here. Well, Steve could absolutely just go into Yodakiller and take it out between the 3 power and the on attack ability, and that's what we'll do here. So just 1 damage back to Mother Talzin after the Yodakiller unit was shrunk down with that ability. Secretive Sage as well, so a plethora of force units in the ground arena for Steve.
I will say I'm still a little bit worried for Steve. He has no damage on Ian's base, and we saw in game 1 how quickly Ian can turn the corner with this Yoda flip into the Lukes, into the top end. You've got a much beefier leader than in the Han2 blue deck, so you've got a lot more payback towards the end.
Lego Pizza starting this next action phase out with Rivals Fall, defeating the Mother Talzin leader unit. Here comes Asajj Ventress, and we're going to give +2 to one of these other force units. I believe he pointed to Secretive Sage. Now we've got Ray off of the Yoda action ability here.
Ray count for game 2, 1. And notably how this works, Ian has to reveal the Ray as he draws it, then reveal it again once he finishes the Yoda ability, because the Ray has to still be in his hand once he's done resolving the Yoda. So what you see Ian do it here is he draws his card separately, he lays it flat on the table to say, this is how you know this is the card that I drew. He then leaves it on the table while he finishes the Yoda and says, see, I still have this Ray in my hand, now you take 2, and I'm going to ping a unit.
Yep. So it looks like
I think he's deciding who to get it to, and then it should be 2 to the base as well.
So here comes Secretive Sage, 4 damage after that +2 power buff from Asajj. Tarkin Town, epic action used, another 3 damage to Asajj. Karis getting in for 2. It's 6 damage on Lego Pizza's base, 2 damage on Steve's base.
Yeah, the Tarkin Town is interesting. It makes me think he might want to lead with either something like a Luke or
Oh, there it is. Luke Skywalker, the Jedi Knight, -3/-3 to not have to deal with the big threat that Asajj Ventress was presenting.
I was trying my best to say it before he played it, so it looked like I knew what he was going to do.
Oh, now here comes the sun for Steve. We've got the Force, and we've got plenty of ways to generate the Force. So each of Steve's units right now, +2 power. We do see Yoda being deployed. It's a rebellious Hammerhead on top that will be discarded. So Lego Pizza can defeat one of these 2-cost units. He will defeat the Lego Pizza. Lego Pizza will defeat Secretive Sage. Lego Pizza not defeating himself here.
Yeah, this Sun a lot better than the last one because Steve had more of a board. But again, the Sun comes out on the Yoda flip turn, and it's impossible for Ian just blind flip because he knows, there is a 90+% chance that I'm able to kill one of these 2-drops and get the restore, even if I don't use my Yoda ability first. And he wanted to take out the shielded unit rather than set up a Yoda that he knows can kill one. So the resource count of the Sun just lining up kind of awkwardly for Steve there.
Lego Pizza with the initiative. Fell the dragon, taking out the Sun. Things get a little bit darker here for Steve. He's going to respond with Cheer It Imway. Good Sentinel unit here in the ground arena, but keep in mind. I think so. Okay, he should have it. Okay, I didn't see it, but I was thinking about that as well. So the force does matter here. Yes. So 6 damage coming across the Cheer It Imway. Force used. Luke getting -2 power on the attack. So just 4 damage to Cheer It. Lego Pizza restoring another 3 damage from base. 5 damage on each base. Luke and Yoda, leader unit, doing a fantastic job of healing this Tarkin town. Steve in the tank here. He's got 3 ready resources remaining. Karis is ready in the ground arena.
Yeah, this Karis is really good for Steve right now. He has the option, because when it attacks, he will get the force back. So he has the option to attack, kill his Karis into either of Ian's units, and then use the when defeated ability. So he could use his 2-drop to kill the Luke. He could also put 2 damage into the Luke and shrink the Yoda so that he could also attack, and he has a lot of options. There's a lot for him to think about. So it's a really tough action here from Steve. Looks like he's got, I can't tell exactly which event that is, but he could play that. That might be an Entrenched in hand, which he could just put on his turret so that it hits Yoda back for 4 more, and then Karis would be able to kill that. So it looks like Steve has a lot of options here.
Yeah, he does. Do believe that is Entrenched. Can't quite make out what the event is on the far left there. Can't quite tell if that's knowledge and defense.
Be the knowledge and defense.
It might be,
I think it
might
is.
be the knowledge and defense here. So that, of course, is an option as well. He does have the 3 resources.
The problem that he has is his turret only has 1 HP. So if he does something like attacks Karis into the Luke and kills it.
Oh, wow. Look at this. A very interesting line. Entrenched going on to Karis here. Yoda's going to attack and defeat the Cheer It unit. Karis will attack and defeat Luke Skywalker. Here comes C-3PO. This is a blind C-3PO here.
If that was a Ray, I bet he called 5 blind, because if it was a Ray, that would have been
that would have been so
for Ian.
Good
really
indeed.
Bad for Steve. It's all about perspective.
Absolutely. Yeah, Karis +3/+3, just 1 HP remaining. So a Ray trigger would absolutely have taken out the Karis unit in the ground arena.
Yeah, so now Steve has options again, because he gets to attack for 5 and then use the when defeated trigger. So I'd imagine he's just going to trade this in with Yoda.
So here
it looks like that's what he's doing.
That is going to be the trade here. Karis defeated, as well as the Yoda leader unit. C-3PO getting into Steve's base for 1. Once again, it's a blind C-3PO. Lego Pizza not hitting. We are going to see Ruthless Raider coming out for the first time in this match. 2 damage to defeat Karis Nimic. 2 damage to Lego Pizza's base.
He revealed the Ray to get the Spy. So starting next turn, if his Ray gets back online, we might start seeing more of the Ray shenanigans.
Yeah. That Spy token enters play ready. 2 damage to Steve's base, and we are going to flood the ground arena here. We've got YATL coming out, as well as the Itinerant Warrior.
Yeah, notably, Ian can't gain the Force, but it's still a 4/4 shielded unit, and it's still a Force unit for synergies where that matters. Like, it's a Jedi for YATL, so it'll still get the extra restore and things like that.
Steve with the initiative. 4 quick damage to Lego Pizza's base with Ruthless Raider. YATL, 2 damage to Steve's base, restoring 1. That Itinerant Warrior, as you mentioned, will get restore as well. Grand Inquisitor coming down for Steve.
Notably has hidden, so the Itinerant Warrior can't just take it out. The Grand Inquisitor unit is really nice. I like that. I like that unit a lot.
Yeah, it is a great point.
It is a 5-cost something. I can't tell what unit that is.
Yeah, I can't quite.
It is neutral red. If
make
that
it
helps.
out myself. But I know the spy token ran into it right away.
Yeah. I believe it is the Asajj unit, Asajj Ventress.
Okay.
So it is a 6 health.
Oh, he's got it. There's the Ray trigger. That Yoda action ability setting up.
Ooh, the Ray and then
with
the defense.
C3PO and Ray. Knowledge and defense plus Ray. Another 2 damage to Steve's base. Here comes Ray down into the ground arena. And at this point, with 17 damage on Steve's base, just 11 HP remaining.
Ray
and
really not used to being on the battlefield. This is
a great
new
point.
place for Ray to be.
Grand Inquisitor, first action, taking out YATL. Attacking for 4 with Raid 1, getting the Force. Ray getting in for 5. It's 22 damage on Steve's base.
Can he answer this Itinerant Warrior? He can give it -1 with the Talzin, but that still leaves him dead to the 3 extra damage.
Power of the dark side.
I'm going to assume
on Steve's
Ian
side,
leaves.
Ray just being defeated here. Oh, and look at this. Sudden ferocity onto the Itinerant Warrior. That is lethal in 1 action. Steve has to have a response to the Itinerant Warrior, or this match is over.
And it still has the shield, so he can't just force lightning it. He has to do...
Oh, he's going to knowledge and defense, give it -2/-2, so that's 5 damage coming through. That's going to put him up to 27.
But now
But
he has to deal with
C3PO
C-3PO.
is lethal. There's the attack from Ruthless Raider,
Yeah.
and it's C3PO, the protocol droid, dealing lethal for Lego Pizza here in round 1. What a spicy match. Lego Pizza off to the races.
Get out of here, Yoda. C-3PO deals the final damage here. That's the hero that we needed in this round 1.
Oh, man, what a great match. Lego Pizza, he really wanted to show off this deck. I know he's been excited about it, and off to a great start here in the 8K.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see that on stream some more. We'll have to see. He said he has a couple of bad matchups. We'll have to see if he keeps this run going. But yeah, very good showing. I think this is exactly the kind of deck that he wants to play into as this Yoda deck. He wants to see these force mid-range, these grindy mid-range decks that he can keep getting value over and over again.
Yeah. So, guys, the beauty of this, because we have the team event and because we're set up with 3 cameras going into the 1v1 here, the main event, we have the 1 feature table, but then we have 2 backup matches with this amazing setup. So we're going to jump in to another match, and we will get all the information on who we are watching here in just a second. But it's Han 1 Green versus Bail Organa, the new leader from Secrets of Power, paired up with Droid Manufactory. I'm pretty sure we've got some Unity of Purpose shenanigans going on here.
Definitely. This deck is really cool. It's not just Unity of Purpose. You get a lot of really cool plot cards with Bail, and even some old school smuggle depending on the variation of Bail that you run. You don't see it in green as much, but I've played with and against a Bail yellow that does hot shot blasters, and that also counts for Bail. So you got some really cool lines that you can take with Bail in terms of plot, but also smuggle.
All right, so here we go. This game is underway.
Looks like the Bail green is Michael Carlock from the Botha Network.
Oh, it's Michael from Botha Network. Yeah, he was.
You were casting the 3v3 a lot.
He casted at least a couple rounds today, I think. So
yeah.
Appreciate Michael doing some casting today. C3PO, that's the new C3PO.
Oh,
from
he's
Secrets
up against
of Power.
Philip from
Look at
McClunky
this.
Gaming.
Okay, Philip from McClunky Gaming. This is the defending champion of the main event.
Flew in from Europe for this tournament. Had to get special permission from his fiance, but flew in from Europe for this event as the defending champion.
Yes.
Amazing player and also amazing guy. Love Phil. Love the McClunky guys. So this is a real heavy hitter matchup in round 1 to have with Phil versus Michael here.
Turn 1 Millennium Falcon, piece of junk for Philip. Such a great turn 1, and it's a really strong turn 1, even more so in this matchup because Droid Manufacturer only has 24 HP.
Yeah.
So if you can start with a Millennium Falcon piece of junk on turn 1, you're just immediately 3 per turn, 3 per turn, 3 per turn, and already Michael on a clock.
An interesting thing here from these Bale decks is you see things like this C3PO unit where you can exhaust him and return him to hand to buff another unit. Philip has to keep reading it because who plays these cards?
Right, I was going to say, here's the Seasoned Fleet Admiral, but I don't even know that I've seen someone play this in Premiere on stream. So this is awesome. Michael bringing out some spice here.
Yeah, I love the Fleet Admiral. It punishes a lot of what a lot of decks want to do now. Whenever your opponent draws a card in the action phase, you get to put an experience on any unit with a Seasoned Fleet Admiral. And it's a 1/4 raid 1. It's also a Rebel for your Rebel synergies.
That's right. Look at this from Philip. Double Millennium Falcon. We've got the piece of junk. We've got Millennium Falcon get out and push from jump to light speed. A very aggressive start in the space arena. And while 6 damage already on Michael's base, we're already 1/4 of the way there. Michael does have the initiative here, but this is, like I said, I mean, he's on a clock here.
Yeah, and Michael is saying, you're going to have to read all my cards, and Philip is saying, all my cards are Millennium Falcons.
So Bale is going to be deployed right away. Now, Michael has to discard 2 cards here.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like he's going to discard Akbar and Masamita. So Bale coming out. Another threat in the ground arena.
He's gonna plot the
he's
Jar
going
Jar
to
as
plot
well.
Jar Jar Binks. Misa propose a unit. Get +2/+2 for this phase.
Oh, yeah, love it.
So it's Bale Organa going to get +2/+2.
And 2 droids.
Getting those battle droid tokens off of the droid manufactory.
And one thing that this Bale deck likes to do is it likes to pump its Bale. So it can trade really well in the ground because it doesn't really care if Bale dies. They'll just play it again. So that's where the Jar Jar comes in. That's where the C3PO unit comes in. He could have this Bale be a 7/7 this turn, kill something, and just if Philip wants to trade for the Bale, that's fine. Michael can just deploy it again next turn.
Yeah, it's absolutely
right. And you
right.
see him keeping the Bale up and the C3PO up to wait for Philip to spend his resources.
Yeah, getting in for another damage here. You know that this is a spicy deck when your opponent has to keep looking over and read what these cards do. Action back over to Philip.
Nothing makes me happier when I'm in a competitive card game than my opponent having to read my cards. I love it.
And maybe I missed something, but it should be 12 damage, right? 4 attacks from Millennium Falcon. Should be.
Should be.
Yeah.
That sounds right to me. I don't think there was ever an attack for less
Because
than 3.
it was 6 damage, and then it went to 8 with that piece of junk attack. Just want to make sure we're on the same page here. So here comes Waylay. Waylay is going to bounce the Seasoned Fleet Admiral, but here comes Bale Organa. That's going to be a swing for 7.
10.
Big hit here.
It's 11 because Bale healed 1.
Okay, so
because he played a card from resources, Bale healed 1.
You're absolutely right. He was at 6, and when the attack happened, I think maybe he just had forgot to heal 1, and so he just added 2 on the attack. But that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
All is good.
It messed me up because he played the Jar Jar and I didn't see any dice on his base. So
Right, I didn't see the immediate movement either. Yep. Nope, we're all good here.
We got there.
Okay, so here we go to the next action phase. Michael,
and
a ton of threats in the ground arena.
Pay for the Falcon, which means Michael doesn't have to worry about a 7 drop this turn. No, a lot of the Han 1 green, especially a lot of these decks, they're not as reliant on 7s anymore, so it's not as critical to get the 7 as early as you can. Also because most decks are good at disrupting the 7, so the Han decks have had to kind of adapt. And we see that from Phil here, just keeping his Falcons out.
Oh, look at this. Figure of Unity coming down. Once again, Philip says, I've got to read this card. Now, this is a great new upgrade from Secrets of Power. It's a 3 cost, gives +2/+2, and while the attached unit is ready, you have to put it on a unique unit. While it's ready, each of your other units gets Raid 1, Overwhelm, and Restore 1. So all of these other units are becoming very real threats.
It's adding 4 extra power.
Yeah.
From the Raid 1 to, in addition to the power you get from the actual card, it's giving all these droids Raid 1, the Seasoned Fleet Admiral Raid 1. It's a really, really good card in this deck specifically.
4 extra power and potentially being able to heal his base for 4,
Absolutely.
which is also important because he was at 17. So 12 damage on Philip's base here after the first battle droid gets in.
This isn't just this is a Unity deck, not Unity of Purpose. It's Unity.
It is
right.
It is the Unity deck. I love it. Now Captain Typho's going to stifle some of this aggression here.
Yeah,
the great new 4/5 Sentinel.
This is where it gets a little bit awkward because Michael would want to kill it with his Bale, but then he loses the Restore and the Raid because that's only when the unit is ready.
That's
so
right.
Now he's got some decisions to make. Does he want to throw his board in here with the Raid, or does he want to get his Bale in there and be a little bit more efficient with his removal, but lose out on some damage for this turn and Restore?
Yeah, it is a great point. What do we do here? It looks like he is valuing that Restore. A battle droid going in to Captain Typho. We see the disclose here. 1 damage healed from Philip's base. When Captain Typho is attacked, you can disclose a command and heroism aspect icon. And if you do, you heal 1 damage from your base. Han action ability will be used here. Philip will put a card from his hand into play as a resource and ready it.
Yeah, I think Philip knows here that he can afford to flip here, and he already has the Falcons and the Typho. He can't afford to just sit back and try to get to 7 next turn, so he really wants to try to put Michael under some pressure this turn and try to make his board a little bit smaller.
So that seasoned Fleet Admiral will go in, has Raid 1, a total of Raid 2 with the Figure of Unity out, taking out Captain Typho. Once again, Philip will heal 1 damage from base. And now we are going to see Han Solo, the audacious smuggler, being deployed. Action back over to Michael. We still have Bale. Still has
There's 3 in
Jar Jar as well. Yep.
It should have been 3.
Yeah, I do believe it should have been 3 there and restored 1, but we've got 4 damage coming across. Now we're going to take out both leader units defeated here.
So that was a really
C-3PO
good
coming
turn
back
for
out.
Phil. Michael had a super wide board. He had the Figure of Unity. He had everything going for him just against 2 Falcons. And with the Typho into Han flip, Phil was able to really neutralize that, get Michael's board back to a reasonable level, and force him to try to rebuild again.
Yeah. And now with 17 damage on Michael's base, just 7 HP remaining. 2 attacks here with these Millennium Falcons. If there's a pump somewhere, we could see this game over in 2 actions.
And unless I missed something, Bale was a 5/5 there, so I'm not sure why Bale died. That is fairly important to the game.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. That is a really good point because he just attacked into the Han leader unit.
We're going to talk to them now to see if we missed something or if they did, but it kind of changes a lot of the game if that Bale is around this turn versus getting deployed again.
Yeah, absolutely, because Michael having to discard a couple more cards, of course, losing the Figure of Unity.
He also gets the win play. Yeah, losing the Figure of Unity was huge there. He gets 2 more. There's a lot changing because the Bale died instead of living.
Yeah, that's right. So Veiled Might, or Unveiled Might, plotted out here, which heals the damage from Michael's base off of Bale's. When you play a card from your resources, heal 1 damage from your base, another 3 damage from Falcon, so it's 19 on here.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a judge rewind this. I think they both missed it. So we may have a bit of a lengthy judge call here because it's a lot to try to rewind or to see what's going to happen. So our other 2 feature tables have finished. So we're going to sit here while they figure out, while the judge staff figures out how they want to rewind this.
Okay. Yeah, a bit.
We tried to catch it as quick as we could. Yeah, but we're not super close to them, so we had to kind of run out there, and they had already taken a decent number of actions by the time we got to them.
As soon as we all figured it out.
Yeah.
As soon as we figured it out, Michael said, action, 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 action,
Exactly.
action, card.
Yeah.
So we've got the judges there trying to get this figured out. But nevertheless, very, very interesting deck.
Yeah,
on
definitely.
Michael's side of the table. Love to see it. A lot of flavor here, a lot of set 6 cards. We love to see it, and just showcasing some of the really cool stuff that we got with Secrets of Power. I think Bail Organa is one of the most interesting leaders that we've seen maybe ever. I think he's
very unique.
such a unique leader.
I like the unique leaders. They haven't all been good, but I like the unique leaders, whether it's the initial Chancellor Palpatine, this Bail unit, ones that just kind of change the way you play the game.
Yeah.
They're really Admiral Trench is a similar way.
This is an interesting game, too, because Philip's already up 1-0, so it's an important game because Michael trying hard to force a game 3, and it's been tough. I mean, Michael is desperately trying to stabilize here, but that double Millennium Falcon start, 6 per turn in the space, it's hard. It's hard to combat that. We've seen some restore here, but he's just hanging on.
Yeah,
we'll see if he's able to.
It looks like they decided too much had happened to rewind to keep Bail alive. So we're basically just playing from where we are now, and I would imagine the players probably got a game state warning.
So in this situation, you have to claim on Michael's side. We're going to see Keller and Beck come out. Philip will search the top 7 cards. He'll get to play a unit that costs 3 or less here. And it's going to be another Millennium Falcon piece of junk. Here it comes, ready. That is going to do it. Millennium Falcon can swing for lethal. And Philip from McClunky Gaming taking down Michael from Botha Network 2-0 here in round 1.
Yeah, and I think that the mistake of the Bail dying, I don't think it would have affected the outcome of the game because it didn't seem like Michael had anything for the space. He would have been able to restore a couple of more, but he was pretty far away from killing Phil. So I don't think it really affected the end state of the game, which is what we want to see. We don't want to see mistakes like that be the reason a match ends. But yeah, so I think that it looked like Phil was in a pretty good spot anyway with the double Falcons.
Yeah, it's absolutely your worst nightmare when you are on a 24 HP base to see Millennium Falcon piece of junk on turn 1. You don't want to see that. You're already on that clock right away. You hate to see that, and it was just a little bit too much for Michael here in this particular game.
I'm having a nice time looking through Phil as he's looking through his decks. I'm really curious where he's going with this Han 1 green because we saw the Pilot Falcon, which you don't see a ton outside of the pilot-intensive decks. So it's a really interesting include for me. And I'm curious how much he likes that. I would imagine we saw a Chewie there. I would imagine he has Chewie. I'm curious if he has any other pilots or if it's just this Chewie gives me extra. You can see I could see Han pilots being in there. Maybe they're in the sideboard or in the main deck. But it's a really interesting deck choices that I obviously panned out well for Phil in this round.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think Han, Chewbacca, kind of the main two.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
The Han pilot and Chewbacca pilot, generally the main two.
The two best pilots that
we've
seen have staying power outside of the leader zone.
Absolutely. Well, that was a great match. It was great. And again, I can't emphasize enough that I love the fact that we have 2 backup matches.
Yeah.
So one match finishes really fast. We've got more Star Wars Unlimited action for you. So great games. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back for round 2 of the main event here at the Bothan Invitational. Stay tuned. All right, guys, we are back for round 2 coverage of the main event here at CardsHQ for the second Bothan Invitational, an 8K event, the largest prize purse in SWU history. I'm Josh Snyder, Navarro Simmons, once again joining me here in the booth. Super excited to bring you some more action. What a day it's been so far.
I know it's crazy to say round 2, right? We're so deep into the Boston Invitational, but you heard it right. Round 2, but of the singles bracket, planned for a lot of money, which is so fun. It's so awesome that we were able to bring even more events, even more passion to the game. And there's no lack of those, right? People love this stuff. So I'm really excited to see this round. Round 1, you get some pretty crazy matchups sometimes, right? We saw Ian on that awesome Yodakiller deck, but that's the wild round, right?
Yeah.
Anyone can play anyone, but now we see some of the decks start shaping out after round 2. So I'm really excited to see what is going to take the lead in our tournament.
Absolutely. No, I'm excited about it. We saw plenty of spice. You talked about the Yodakiller, the Bale Organa, the new Bale paired with Droid Manufactory, and he couldn't quite get over the hump against those Millennium Falcons with Han and the defending Bothan Invitational 1v1 champion, Philip, coming all the way over from Europe once again. He's off to a great start. But like you said, we see a lot of spice earlier in the rounds, and I believe we're actually going to have a pretty exciting matchup here. We're going to have Han Green, and I do believe we've got Obi-Wan Kenobi from Legends of the Force, so that's going to be exciting to see as well. But again, it's been a great event so far. Huge shout out to all the judges, Courtney, our amazing producer, and everyone else on the Bothan Network team that has helped set everything up. Nick from CardsHQ. Shout out to CardsHQ, right?
Yeah,
so,
without them, we wouldn't have such a wonderful space. I mean, they have so much room. It could have been a real tight fit, but we've got enough space for all of our gamers. So
here we go.
Pretty awesome, but we're right into it.
We are locked in. Game 1 underway. Han Green versus Obi-Wan Kenobi Vergence Temple. It's a Millennium Falcon on turn 1. That was the Millennium Falcon get out and push. And we've got Yoda, the old master, coming out. We're going to see resupply on turn 2. Great play for Han Green. So we could see the big explosive 5-6-7 from Han starting next turn.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be with the Han Green 30. Finding those resupplies early, he actually defeated one off his Han power, which was surprising. Usually you like to play that on the first turn, but might have been resupplies off the top there, or just says, I want something in play, I can resupply next turn. It's all good. I think we had Obi-Wan miss a turn 1 play if the board state looks correct. I assume he missed a turn 1 play, which is not where you want to be.
Definitely not.
Into a resupply from Han Green.
Yeah, Kevin on the right piloting Han Solo, the audacious smuggler. Zach on the left piloting Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yoda's going to get in for 2 to Kevin's base, restoring 2 from Zach's base. And here comes that Millennium Falcon, putting 3 right back on Vergence Temple. Vergence Temple, whenever you start the regroup phase, if you have a unit with 4 or more HP in play, if you control a unit with 4 or more HP, you generate the Force. So that's why we see the Force token for Zach. Of course, we've got Mina Bonteri coming out. The great new 2-cost unit. We're going to see the Han action ability for Kevin. So here comes that potential 5-6-7. Putting a card from hand into play as a resource, readying it. We're going to see the Force used for the first time on Zach's side. Obi-Wan Kenobi giving an experience token with that action ability to Yoda unit. And we've got Han Solo leader unit deployed.
And I think it was just a 2-drop from Obi-Wan.
Man, that's rough.
So harsh curve, and it's going to be exactly
here
what
comes
the Han
the
deck
big
wants.
play. Han
7.
Solo 4 into base, getting that 7th ready resource. Here comes U-Wing reinforcement. 8 quick damage on Zach's base. And we could see another big threat or multiple threats off this U-Wing reinforcement.
Yeah, I think it's probably pretty hard not to find something that puts you really far ahead. But I wouldn't hate, I saw Kira in there. I wouldn't hate Kira plus a 3-drop if you can find that combination. Kira, look at the hand and just try and shut the door on any cards that would bring us back in. But Kelleran's going to bring another unit with him,
man.
so even better.
Kelleran Beck is so insane off of U-Wing reinforcement. You get a 7-7, then you're going to go get to get another unit, right? And you could find something like a Millennium Falcon. That's exactly what I was thinking. Millennium Falcon, get out and push. Enters play ready. You want to talk about an explosive turn? You just saw it. Another 3 damage coming through. It's 11 damage on Zach's base. And right now, Zach really, really struggling. And this game could be over quickly if we don't turn this corner.
Yeah, I mean, that was that Star Wars Unlimited? That looked like he was playing a different game. He just played 10 resources worth of cards on his opponent's 4 resource turn.
Wow.
I mean, oh my goodness.
Crazy
and that's
stuff.
not going to stop, right? We've got so much power in play. This Han leader is going to keep ramping. It's going to keep giving us more to do.
Zach with the initiative. He's going to need something here. He's going to start with Fell the Dragon. That will defeat the Keller and Beck unit. And it's going to be a quick 4 damage from the Han Solo leader. 15 damage on Zach's base. We get another resource. Right back up to 7 resources again. We'll see if Kevin has another big play. 3 damage onto the Han leader unit. Yoda attacks in, restoring 2. Maybe see some smuggle play here as well. We know these Han decks run several cards with smuggle.
It's hard with such the blue base. I forget the name of the rare blue base that Obi-Wan's playing, but
a surprise strike
when you have 25 health.
Onto Millennium Falcon. Get out and push. Another 6 damage coming through. My goodness. 19 damage on base. Just 6 HP remaining. Another surprise strike would finish this game in 1 action for Kevin. I don't think he has it on this turn. So Millennium Falcon, piece of junk, getting in for 3. It's 22 damage on. 1 more swing from any of these 3 units in play on Kevin's side of the board, and game 1 is in the books.
I think we're just going to see Kevin claim here, right? I mean, not really Zach's fault. Really didn't have a ton of agency in this game. Not a lot of interaction. Missed a turn 1 play, and Kevin with the pick of the litter on turn 1 plays. I mean, Falcon into resupply. We had the most explosive U-wing turn. We even have tech just to rub it in. I guess that gives Zach the chance to claim, but I don't know what you can find here.
Mina Bonteri did get in for 2, restoring 1 damage from Zach's base. And is that BD1? That super awesome BD1? It came out of some sort of collector's pack. It was like a con exclusive, right? Is that right? Courtney, do you know for sure? Chat will help us. It's a special copy of BD1.
Really,
and he's giving, I know the alternate art, there's a lot of them, but he's given the Millennium Falcon get out and push, +1 power, and Saboteur while he's in play.
Okay.
So it's still win in 1 action for Kevin in the space arena.
I mean, the Yoda can give you some life back, but the problem is, how do you fight back to a position where you get to be the aggressor, right? With tech in play, with these Falcons that you have no good answer. I mean, Entrenched stops one of them, right?
Right.
But an attack from any of the... Oh, I think
we're paying 2. It's going to be the Han Solo pilot on Millennium Falcon. Piece of junk. 5 damage into Zach's base. Game 1 in the books. Kevin, the early lead here in round 2.
Yeah, that was Han 1 doing exactly what you wanted to do, right? That was resupply into U-wing before your opponent even had a chance to play a normal card. Obviously, we saw a little bit of stumbling out of the Obi-Wan deck. No turn 1 play on the 4 resource turn, just Mina Bonteri. But looking into game 2, I think Obi-Wan's going to really try and kind of suppress the space presence, right? We need to have an answer for these Millennium Falcons. You know the deck is in the meta. You know it's popular, especially among the top tier players here. So you know you're going to have to play it if you make a deep run. So what is the answer? I feel like we see a lot of cards. 7 cards Zach might have pulled out of the sideboard. So looks like if anyone was prepared, it might have been him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Big changes coming in game 2 for Zach. And Han 1 Green still showing some real power. You know, last weekend in Europe, 2 Moons put on that invitational event. Was a small event, but Han 1 Green came out on top. The first official organized event for set 6. Now we've got our first major event here in set 6, and we saw Han1 Green throughout the day do some work in the room, and last round, of course, taking out Bell and Kevin ahead here against Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, at least in the last 2 rounds, Bail Organa and Obi-Wan Kenobi not top of the meta, right? These are not your top meta decks, but still, Han1 Green showing some extremely high power levels, and it's just hard to beat the early resupply, the early Falcons in space, and then you have those big explosive 5, 6, 7 plays out of this deck, and it's just hard for a lot of decks to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Han1 Green showing you why it's still, from set 1, been a contender. It's just so good at what it wants, right?
Yeah.
Playing all of the good set 1 cards. We keep mentioning the Falcon. We keep mentioning the resupply. Just synergizes so well with that ability. And if you ever stumble against this Han1 deck, it closes the door instantly because it can play so much ahead of you. It's hard to win when you have a good curve, let alone if you don't. So I think it's no surprise we're going to see this all the way up until rotation be a real player.
Totally agree with you. And I also love the super spicy include from Kevin there of BD1.
Oh, yeah.
Because that, I don't believe I've seen that card in Han1 Green, but I love that sneaky play out of nowhere that can give one of your units Saboteur. And when we have some great Sentinels in the format, like Chirrut Imwe with these blue Force decks, like Captain Typho, a fantastic new Sentinel that we get out of the Spotlight decks here in Secrets of Power. And then you've got plenty of other Sentinel units as well, but I just love that sneaky Saboteur on the little droid.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, I'm not super familiar with the card, but I'm pretty sure it costs 1, which means, in theory, unless you've already used your Han ability that turn, you can make it free if you're willing to give a card up out of your hand, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Even better, you can kind of tap out for the most part, but you can always still put it in play. I'm not surprised that it is showing up here in this deck.
If I see that play,
I'm going to go bonkers.
I'm going to go bonkers. If we see that play,
That
if
would be
we
so
see
cool.
Kevin exhaust all of his resources and then all of a sudden put one down from hand and play BD1 to get in like a lethal swing or something.
Oh, yeah, that's the dream.
Dinner's on me tomorrow.
Oh, chat, you heard it. You heard it. Dinner on Josh. Oh, yeah, I'm getting something nice.
All right, so game 2, players getting ready to go here. Zach will start with the initiative in game 2. Zach's ready to go. Back against the wall here. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Virgins Temple. Very fun deck, and we didn't really see all that this deck can do in that first game. We missed turn 1. We got behind early, and we just saw the explosiveness of this Han 1 deck. So we didn't really see the full potential of this Obi-Wan Kenobi deck. This is a deck that good friend of mine, Philip Ritchie, part of the Bothan Network, he played this deck a lot back in set 5 meta and was so close to making the top cut of at least 2 PQs. I believe he bubbled at least 2 PQs with this deck, and when I say bubbled, literally 9th. So definitely a super fun deck. We're going to see Jedi Consular coming out on turn 1 for Zach, and it's going to be R2-D2. That 2-4 is going to pass on the when played here, not going to discard a card and search the top 3 for another card.
And you know that if you're in Zach's seat, the last thing you want to see is you're
That's
going
right.
to pass on the opportunity to dig for some new cards, right? That means his hand is primed and ready.
Could not agree with you more. I do not want to see R2-D2 on turn 1, which is not the most optimal play for them, and then they just pass up on that when played ability. But oh, look at this. We're going to see Jedi Consular getting the Force for Zach because of the Virgins Temple, using that ability. Ki-Adi-Mundi, the 5-cost Ki-Adi-Mundi coming out on turn 2.
Yeah, and I mean, those big swingy turns can involve a lot of cards, right? Can involve a lot of cards being played. Something I wanted to mention is this resupply in Kevin's hand. He had it on the first turn.
He did.
So I think, and we're going to see him play it there, but that means that he's electing to play units on turn 1, not giving up the card for resupply, which is kind of the play you would have expected if you remember this deck from set 3. Ian Klein actually was really big on that one. So more of a of a macro decision, just choosing to play resupply at a natural time, not burn through his hand as much.
Oh, here it comes. Force
Back
used
to
again.
back
Jedi
Jedi
Consular once
Consulars.
again. Oh, Captain Rex coming out for 4 resources. Ramping into the 5-cost Ki-Adi-Mundi, ramping into Captain Rex. Jedi Consular doing a ton of work with the initiative for Zach. The 7/7 Sentinel on turn 3. What a start here in Game 2 for Zach.
Yeah, neither of these players have decided they want to play fair Star Wars. Right? Game 1, you couldn't call that a fair turn from Kevin, the resupply into the crazy Ewing reinforcement. But this game, we have back-to-back Jedi Consulars playing units way ahead of curve. We've got multi-card combos tied up with Ki-Adi. Rex is holding down the fort against this flip this turn. I mean, this is kind of all cylinders firing here for Zach.
Han Solo, leader unit deployed. 4 damage into Captain Rex. Getting another resource with that on-attack ability, but Han Solo, leader unit defeated. Here comes U-Wing reinforcement. We are at 7 resources. So we do get that 5, 6, 7 play here for Kevin, but right now extremely behind on the board. And that Jedi Consular could keep bringing value for Zach as we go into the next action phase.
I can't see every card, but I think it's going to. I don't see any 7 drops. I think we're going to have to get a combo turn, but that means we're going to draw off this Ki-Adi because we have Coordinate.
It's going to be Infus Nest. Okay, Infus Nest is going to bounce that Jedi Consular back to Zach's hand, and not a bad play at all because Jedi Consular was, as you said, allowing Zach to play some unfair Star Wars Unlimited. Still getting the Force off of Virgint's Temple. Infus Nest at 5/7, cost 7, has Saboteur when played. Can bounce back a unit that has less power than Infus Nest.
So we still got the draw off the Ki-Adi-Mundi, even though it put us below Coordinate. It's still, the card was already played, so we got the Coordinate, which means we have a grip here for Zach. Just
what a hand.
Full hand of cards, all of the options, has survived most of the storm. I mean, we had the resupply into the Ewing reinforcement, but the Han leader's been dealt with. Not a single Falcon and no damage on Zach's base. I think you have to be as happy as possible.
Oh, look at this first action for Zach. Fell the Dragon, answering the Infus Nest. Zach remaining ahead on board. Kevin just 3 cards in hand. And we're going to play the Han Solo. We're used to seeing this Han as a pilot, but he's a 4/5 with ambush in the ground arena. Going to ambush and trade with Captain Rex. Here comes Obi-Wan Kenobi, leader unit. Attacking at a base for 3. 1 experience token onto Ki-Adi-Mundi. 9 total damage to Kevin's base as Zach opens up the lead here in Game 2. Desperately trying to force this Game 3.
One thing you can see from these Han 1 green decks is their comeback is a little bit tough sometimes, right? A lot of their cards involve being ahead. So while you have some answers with Han Solo, the set 1 Han Solo unit, Kelleran helps you fight back on board, but this is not good. I mean, depending on what he gets, it might not affect the board this turn, right? It might just be building the board for next turn. And when you've got every card in your deck, it feels like in Zach's hand, I see another Captain Rex. Your leader is flipped, no contention, right?
Yeah.
Looks pretty good for Zach.
So there you go. Kelleran Beck getting Millennium Falcon. Get out and push. Ki-Adi-Mundi. Green light. Into Echo base here. 15 damage on Kevin's base. Kevin just claims the initiative. Zach. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Attacking in for 3. Playing Captain Rex. So once again, a massive ground arena for Zach. Just 12 HP left on Kevin's base. Zach does have lethal on board currently, but Kelleran Beck can change that.
Yeah, we're looking for probably either ramping into home 1, or I assume a Han Solo unit being the 2 premier answers for Kevin here to try and fight back. But Captain Rex just provides so much damage. I mean, a 7/7, it would give itself Sentinel protecting this Obi-Wan. I think we have to take the trade into the Rex, though, because if Obi-Wan attacks first, we could buff that Rex. It doesn't have an experience yet, and put it out of range of Kelleran. So I think we're going to have Obi-Wan attacking first. Unless Kevin has initiative. It's hard to tell which markers are for initiative and which ones are for force.
So I believe the one on base is force, and then the little black, white, clear token on the right on Kevin's side is the initiative token.
Interesting. We took a trade into Kiati, trying to keep Kelleran alive, but it's so much pressure, so much damage.
Big pressure. That's 7 damage coming through with Captain Rex. 25 damage on Kevin's base. We're going to play the 3-cost Obi-Wan Kenobi unit. The protective Padawan will get Sentinel for this phase off that when played ability. Zach still has a ton of cards in hand to work with, so can certainly push this board even wider. Going to start paying for getting his own Sentinel unit in the ground arena. Captain Typho, that fantastic new 4/5 Sentinel that can heal damage from your base. Jedi Consular coming back out. Kevin just claiming the initiative. He's got to have an answer here. He does not have it. Fist bump given, and Zach has done it with Obi-Wan Kenobi, Virgins Temple. It's all tied up, and like you mentioned, Navarro, 2 games, and we saw some very unfair things from both players in each game. You saw that ridiculous 5-6-7 in game 1 for Han, where we were able to U-Wing into Kelleran, into Millennium Falcon, piece of junk to get more damage on that turn. And then we saw Jedi Consular with the initiative do incredible work for Zach, being able to get out that Ki-Adi-Mundi on turn 2, get out Captain Rex on turn 3, and really that momentum just carried forward for Zach, and he was able to get the win, force a game 3.
Yeah, what I'd really like to see this game is I would love it if we had Counselor versus a Falcon start, right? Give both players the nut draw, because I want to see both players at their most unfair doing whatever the most powerful thing their deck can do, go head and head. Because we kind of saw both of them do their linear game plan without much interruption, right? We saw the Counselor had R2 is a great unit. 2-4 does not get the job done against the Counselor,
That's right.
The Counselor just went crazy. Obviously had some pretty powerful units with those. I want to see Falcon, I want to see Counselor, and I want to see which of these decks can take it.
So one thing that kind of comes to mind here is initiative, right? And so Kevin probably starts with the initiative, but most of the time, initiative doesn't matter as much against Han because they're using that action to get that 3rd resource on turn 1. So usually the other player is going to get the initiative anyways. But I'm wondering what happens if you play a 2-cost unit that could potentially interact with Consular a little bit sooner. So we'll see if there's anything that actually really matters with initiative here for Kevin. But if he goes with the Han action ability, you know, we could see the Jedi Consular come back out and initiative right back over on Zach's side.
Yeah, one line we could try and see Kevin go for. Obviously, he has to draw into these, but you could start with the R2 again. With the initiative, you'd be able to claim and deal damage to the Consular. Obviously, Obi-Wan's going to get the first force activation, but then I wouldn't hate a waylay and trying to take out the Consular on the next turn with the R2 taking out and try and maybe stuff the plays that way. One line, I think Kevin's best line is still going to be to go aggressive. Just, it was really apparent that it was hard to answer those space units early, or to answer them at all in game 1. I think you have to force Zach to answer them, force him to deal with these aggressive space units. And when he spends resources on those, if he even can interact with them, that's when you go for these really big Han flip turns. Yeah.
There we go. Both players getting ready for the deciding game 3. A little bit of laboring here over the resource decisions. Kevin just not quite satisfied with his hand. Will ship it back, take the mulligan. Zach is good to go. He's ready. Resources set.
And these games, so much more important in these game 3s, right? You don't have your teammates to possibly bail you out anymore, right? If you fall in game 3, you can't look over and be like, hey, did you guys get it done, right? Are we still good? No, it's all up to you. You're out there by yourself in the trenches. And after that last game, you have to be a little worried, right? You're going into this mulligan, you're kind of up to the deck. But we see the Falcon, so we know we at least have one good turn one play. We have a couple others to follow. So I think we're going to get a pretty good game 3. I also want to say there's been a lot of really one-sided game 1s in this on these feature matches today.
Right.
I think excluding when we had the 6-0 sweep from the Chemists, it was every single blowout was responded with a win from the deck that got blown out. So I'm hoping that we go the distance again, we get a banger game.
Well, here we go. Game 3 is underway. It's going to be R2D2 full of solutions once again for Kevin. And yet again, not using that win plate ability. And we're actually going to see Gunji coming out for Zach here. That 2/5 Force Wookiee unit for Zach. Virgit's Temple getting the Force for Zach. I do love that Zach is able to generate the Force consistently at the end of that first turn with his turn 1 play.
I was wondering if we were going to see some fair, normal Star Wars, you know, 1 card a turn maybe. Maybe we curve out 2, 3, 4. We saw some pretty mild openings, but no, peeled right off the top. I saw resupply. I can't imagine Kevin doesn't rip it right here.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, right away. Stay consistent here. Kevin, resupply once again on turn 2 is that General's Blade that just gets put down on Gunji. And look at this. Oh, my goodness. Bamboozle discarding the Millennium Falcon to get rid of the cost. And right away we exhaust Gunji and that General's Blade right back to hand. That was a huge play.
Yeah, that you were shields down for the most part, right? Bamboozle, the only way to save all that damage and possibly follow it up with a 2-drop.
Wow.
But the thing is, you might have to do that again, right? Like, we still got the experience on Gunji. We still have the General's Blade in our hand. It's not a pilot, or it's not a leader. It doesn't fall off. It's not an experience token. So while we stemmed the bleeding, you are not out of the woods if you're Kevin. But we saw the resupply, right? And
yeah,
I think it's a Ewing in hand. So that might be all it needs to clear up this General's Blade.
Yeah, we'll see if Kevin can keep the pressure on here, get that 5, 6, 7. I think he absolutely does have a Ewing reinforcement in hand. Zach has the initiative. Gunji now a 3/6 after getting that experience token from the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader's action ability. Gunji will deal the first damage to Kevin's base here in game 3. 3 to base. And now it's going to be 2 to base with R2D2. Here comes Captain Typho. Zach getting that Sentinel unit down in the ground arena. So we could absolutely see Han come out, but Han will have to go into that Sentinel here. Just 2 cards in hand for Kevin. He will have to use one of those cards with the Han action ability to get an extra ready resource. We know we had Ewing reinforcement. I couldn't quite tell what the other card was. But I think he laid down the Ewing reinforcement.
I was just going to say, I think he did too.
Force used. Experience token for Typho. Here comes Han Solo attacking into Captain Typho. 5 damage back onto the Han leader unit. Disclosing what was needed here. Command Heroism, Mina Bonteri. A damage healed from Zach's base. We get that ready resource. We've got 7 now. What is the play? What was that other card in hand? Or does he potentially smuggle here looking at the resources?
Oh, we're going for 7. There was no.
We're going for 7.
Yep,
oh, he had a Kelleran in hand. Okay, Kelleran Beck coming out. The big 7/7. Searching the top 7. We'll be looking for a unit that costs 3 or less here on Kevin's side. He's got options. Multiple space units, the AT Hauler, Millennium Falcon. Maybe some others as well.
Kelleran, obviously a great 7-drop here. But as you pointed out, that's going to leave Kevin with no cards in hand. So still needs to peel a little bit off the top. We really don't want to whiff here as the board state is getting interesting. I would, of course, give Kevin the lead on the board. But Obi-Wan gets to flip this turn. This is when we get to start playing possibly Rex. Or maybe he doesn't get to flip. Oh, I'm mistaken. Sorry, we're only on 5. I forgot resupply and Han's ability is just so far ahead on resources. So this Kellen should be pretty safe to stick around for at least this phase. Fell the Dragon could be an answer, but it would take his whole turn. I think that's what we're going to see.
Oh, there's Fell the Dragon right away from Zach. Keller and Beck defeated. We've got the Force. Yeah, should have the Force. He had the units in play, 4 more HP. So action back over to Kevin after getting that Millennium Falcon off of Keller and Beck. Last action phase.
But again, I think if you're Zach, I think you're pretty happy with this spot. As long as Kevin whiffed, right? You need him to whiff. You can't have another 7-drop here. You need him to play a little bit more modestly. You get to disclose, you get to heal a little bit.
Yep,
Off
disclosing.
of the Typho, taking the attack. But Fellow Dragon took basically Zach's whole turn. He's going to get to flip his leader, but with no other units to buff, I mean, he's just a 3/6.
Gunji getting into Kevin's base for 3.
7, 3/6.
Now, action back on Kevin's side. Pretty sure that Kevin has at least 1 Hotshot Blaster in hand. Or excuse me, in the resource row.
Yeah.
And there it is. There's
it.
the Hotshot Blaster smuggled onto R2-D2. +2 power for R2. That's a 4/4 droid now. Getting into Zach's base for 4. 6 damage on. And here comes Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit. Kevin still has 4 resources to work with. Like you mentioned, Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit can get in for 3, but won't be able to give an experience token to any units here. Tech's going to be smuggled out as well. So all of a sudden, not having a hand doesn't look so bad for Kevin here. We've got Tech in play. Now we have all kinds of options. Every one of those resources getting smuggled with the additional cost of 2. Both players will trade 3 damage apiece to base. It's 9 on each base, but Kevin ahead in the race with 5 additional HP over Zach's 25 HP rare base.
And this is going to be the turn. Both players in a somewhat similar spot. Obviously, Kevin with a little bit more life, a little bit more in play, but Zach, Tech plus Hotshot Blaster was not the most damning combo of cards you could have seen, right? Another Kellerin, another U-Wing, any of those would have been really harsh. We're going to get another Sentinel in play, kind of gum up this ground arena. So I think if you're Zach, you're still in a pretty happy spot. You're going to get to buff this Typho, assuming it lives 1 more action, which is not the biggest ask.
Captain Typho once again standing in the way in the ground arena, but here comes Han Solo, reluctant hero for Kevin. The first time we've seen this unit here in this match, ambushing and defeating Captain Typho unit and not taking any damage back. What a play here for Kevin. Obi-Wan Kenobi, leader unit getting into Tech, because Zach knows if he wants to win this game, he has got to get Tech off the board as quickly as possible. Kevin saw the writing on the wall, was able to get 2 to Zach's base with Tech, and then Tech defeated by Gunji.
Importantly, though, this Han Solo reluctant hero, it kind of dominates this exact board state, right? It's absolutely monstrous here with no immediate answer from Zach. Went for the Typho early, and it just opened up so much for this Han Solo with no fear with 2 resources left. It's going to get another attack. We got a claim from Kevin after Zach played the Yodel.
That
more
early
damage
claim
on base, more units in play. Well, I guess not more units, but I would say better units in play. And we had to send all this damage into the Tech, so we're crushing the damage race.
And keep in mind, 15 damage on Zach's base. He's only got 10 HP remaining, and we are going to play Hotshot Blaster, smuggling it onto Han Solo, giving him +2, attacking right away. 8 damage to Zach's base, 23 damage on 1 attack from R2-D2 or the Millennium Falcon. And this is going to do it. Kevin will take it here in round 2. With Han 1 green. If he can get 1 more attack in, we're going to see Luke Skywalker, but that is not going to stop both of these units. Fist bump given. Kevin and Han 1 green victorious in round 2.
Wasn't easy, but when you needed him most, Han Solo, the unit, came in and saved the day, really shut the door on Zach, kind of keeping himself in that game. But while it might not have been the Falcon versus Counselor Start I asked for, that was still a great game. That third game was not a blowout by any means. Both players had a ton of agency there.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, I believe the other 2 backup matches are already done.
Yeah.
So we've got multiple cameras. We've got 2 backup matches, but that happened to be the match that went the longest. But it was really cool to see the Obi-Wan Kenobi Virgins Temple.
Oh, yeah.
Because, again, that's something that we don't see every day. And I don't know that I've personally seen that deck on stream yet. So that was really cool to see. And we saw the power that deck has with Virgins Temple, being able to generate the force essentially at the end of turn 1 without attacking. You got the Jedi Consular that's able to do that, and then you could just kind of snowball from there with Jedi Consular. We saw it in Game 2, but unfortunately, Zach not able to do it in Game 3.
Yeah, and I'm glad we got to see all 3 games of that match, right? You got to see kind of the different ways that each deck has to function. So in Game 1, you saw just overwhelming space present from these Falcons, plus some pilots, the resupply. I mean, you saw everything that Han Green wants to do. Game 2, we saw Obi-Wan Virgin's Temple, Counselor, no interaction for this Counselor, into Kiadi, into Rex, completely dominant. We got to see that. And then Game 3, a little bit more modest until Kevin peeled the resupply. And just from there on, he was always in the driver's seat, but it was not an easy drive, right? There was a lot of hazards in the way, and then right when you needed him, he peeled the Han Solo unit. So that was an awesome match. I cannot wait for more Star Wars.
There is 2 very different things in Han 1 Green. When you draw resupply and when you don't draw resupply.
Totally.
Those games look very different, and he was able to consistently draw it, get those big 5, 6, 7 turns going as quick as you can, and it helped carry him to victory. It's been a lot of fun today. We've had so much great Star Wars Unlimited. Now, again, big shout-out to CardsHQ. If you're ever in the Atlanta area, please stop by CardsHQ. Fantastic store. All the trading card game product you would need, sports cards as well. Great place to play weekly. You can also check them out at CardsHQ.com. They've got a great sale going on with Star Wars Unlimited booster boxes right now, 15% off of already great prices for Twilight, Jump to Lightspeed, and Legends of the Force. So definitely check out CardsHQ.com. And, you know, we've got a lot of good stuff coming up. You've got the sectors and regionals to look forward to in terms of the official events put on by Fantasy Flight Games. We've got the first regional coming up, I believe, January 17th and 18th in Mesa. Is that the one? Yeah, that's Mesa, Arizona. So that's going to be a premier sector, January 17th and 18th. And then you've got January 31st and February 1st. We're going to have a limited sector in Paris, France. Now, there's going to be another sector in the Netherlands, but at least as of now on the site, it's saying more information coming soon. So don't actually have the dates on those. And then we've got the regional for Set 6 is going to be here in the States this time in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, February 20th through the 22nd. I can't wait. You're going to have limited, you're going to have premier, and it's going to be great to kind of send off Set 6 with the big regional at the end of February. So a lot of exciting big events coming up for Star Wars Unlimited.
It should be so fun. Not only are we going to send off Set 6, we're going to send off the first rotation of the game, right? The
that's huge.
Era in Star Wars Unlimited. We're I mean, we saw it from Set 1, Han 1. We've seen Sabine doing really well today. We've seen some of these old staple heroes, or leaders rather, but we're not going to get to see them anymore, right? So what's going to be next? But I want to see what comes out on top right before rotation, right? The regional has a little bit extra on there. I know, especially the people who love their decks. And in this game, people love their decks. They love their leaders. They're still playing Han 1 Green. They've been playing it for almost 2 years now. They're going to play it until they legally can't. I want to see who comes out on top.
We've got so many players in this game that are known for specific decks. A couple that come to mind right away that we've even seen today. Ryan Warner from Rebel Resource.
Oh, yeah.
He's Sabine Yellow, right? Now, Courtney also loves Sabine Yellow, but Ryan Warner, he's Sabine Yellow. What about Sonny D? He's known for Han 1 Green. He was on Han 1 Green earlier, having some big success in the team event. So I know a lot of the community excited to see some of these early leaders rotate out and see how that's going to look, how the format's going to shake up. But right now we have 4 months to enjoy 6 sets in Star Wars Unlimited, the most that we're going to have, the biggest card pool we're going to have for quite some time. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see what ends up coming out on top and how the meta is set at the first major event this weekend at this 8K. It's been great. I can't wait for more. We're going to step away for a short break. It's been fantastic. Thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned. We'll be back for more from CardsHQ.
We are back with round 3 of Pool A of the 8K of the Boston Invitational number 2 Battle at BIATL in Atlanta. I am your very tired but energetic host, Jeff Creasy. I am here with Navarro. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm also tired. I'm a little less energetic, maybe. The time change it's catching up to me right now, but not catching up enough to not be excited for Star Wars. And I mean, I feel like every feature match today has had one or more banger matches.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This has been one of the biggest string of just like exciting matches I've ever seen in a card game, so I don't have any reason to think it's going to stop now.
Yeah, and we were chatting a bit right before we went live, and you were talking about Han2 Blue a bit, and I think you made we had a really good discussion. I think you made some good points about how I also expected it to be a little bit more represented than we saw, and to me, it makes a little bit of sense that there weren't as many Han2 Blues in the 3v3 because Han2 Blue you want. It uses stuff like Power the Dark Side even in a lot of those decks. You get a lot of these cards that pull from a wide array of decks. So what are your thoughts on if we may see it more in the 8K now that you don't have to worry about the shared card pool?
Yeah, I think that's the best point, right? The reason we saw Piet Red being the most represented deck in the 3v3, I think is a product of it shares like one card and it's just resupply. So as long as you can avoid another resupply deck, you're completely getting full power out of it, whereas Han2 Blue shares so many power cards with so many important colors.
Yeah.
In the 8K, I would not be surprised if it was maybe not the most represented deck, but certainly one of the highest conversion rates. Every set, I mean, the leader is so diverse. It's so dynamic, right? Every set, if you get something that's even remotely on rate, you know it's going to be good above rate.
Yeah.
So, lots of options.
One of the things that I've always said is whenever there's not a broken thing in the game, so obviously when Django was around, Django was completely broken.
Oh, yeah.
When there's not a broken thing in the game, the broken thing to do is to play everything early.
Right.
We saw that with Boba 1. We saw it with Han 1. We saw it and are still seeing it with Han 1 and Han 2. And I think that's basically the sign that they haven't made anything too broken, is that the best thing to do is resource cheat all the things that everyone is playing.
Yeah. The thing I love about this Han2 Blue deck, it would have been my choice if I was playing. I love how flexible your hands can be. A lot of these decks have really powerful draws.
Yeah.
Han2 Blue's really powerful draws don't really come from the raw power, but that you're so flexible, you're not hoping that your really powerful line goes unanswered. We saw in this last round the Jedi Consular from Obi-Wan Virgin Temple it looked unstoppable.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't have that every game, right? And so Han2 Blue gives you so much access. You just get to play each game. Yeah,
that's also a little bit more fragile, too, because when you need your unit to have 4 HP, then, I'm playing against the Cad Tarkentown. I just never get the Force this game. So Han 2 is a little bit more consistent as well, where I'm playing against Tarkentown. You can Tarkentown my Ogdo Bogdo, and we keep playing. But here we're going straight into our match. So we have Mickey D from the Bothan Network playing Padme Tarkentown against a Han 1. Looks like that is also Tarkentown. Han 4 Tarkentown. So Pilot Han Tarkentown. I'm guessing there's going to be a C-3PO because we see the Han action with no units out. That, Mickey, you're killing me. What is that?
It looks like a new showcase. I'm really bad with the alternate arts of the new cards.
It looks like Bale.
I think it is, and it's a good call on the C-3PO. Obviously, we want to make sure that we get as much value out of that as we can. A great start for the Han 4 pilot. I cannot wait for the flip turn. We haven't really gotten to see it on stream. Its match was over so fast that we didn't get to switch to it earlier. Some crazy stuff with Plot, being able to cast some cards from Plot, then untap, then keep casting. So I'm excited to see what Brandon can get done here.
Yeah, you've also got some really cool things where you can do things like you activate Han, reveal the top card, attack with 3PO. He doesn't get a plus, but you still get to see what the top card is and then draw it with C-3PO. So huge synergy between Han and C-3PO here.
And I think this Han 4 Tarkentown deck has been a little under the radar. It had a top 8 at Worlds. It had a top 8 at the Galactic Championship, and I think it does a lot of powerful stuff, and obviously the Plot cards make it even better. So I wouldn't be surprised if it performed pretty well this weekend.
It's a really good deck. It's one that the Bothans were really either playing or worried about going into the 3v3 and the 8K. It's definitely got legs. And we see we see a solid start from Mickey. Some of the Padme things that you can do where you get 2 spies and get to ping a unit. Brandon recognizing that a C-3PO is not long for this world and just running it into to get some damage on it. But that does let Mickey save his Tarkentown because now he just gets to bail it back.
Yeah, and I think when do these players Tarkin Town is like a big question, right? I think for Han Pilot, obviously you are kind of taking them when you get them.
Yeah.
Whereas this Padme, you have way more control over when you want to spend that, and almost certainly going to try to go for a ship just to deal with them while you can. But oh my god, triple one drop.
Brandon just throwing his hand down, saying, "Here's what we got. Let's do this."
What a crazy turn. I mean, if you're trying to play around Tarkin Town, putting 3 units into play has got to be a good start. We can refill the hand with that mining tie even. So C-3PO got so many cards. I'm not even sure if that's our primary goal yet, but just making sure we have those cards in hand. Padme with a slew of spies on the ground unit, though.
Yeah, and so we'll see what Mickey can do here. We're still a turn away from the flips. Mickey's debating on his resource decision. We see he has an old Falcon. Looks like he's resourcing the old Falcon, maybe realizing that it's a little bit too slow. He doesn't get to ping with it, and he wants to spend his resources differently. So yeah, another look at the top 3, and then if you reveal it is double heroism and triple yellow, then you get to make 2 spies, and with Padme ping something.
Oh, and you get to draw first. That's actually pretty
you
clutch,
draw
I bet.
first.
Oh, that's clutch, yeah. Should be, I think I see a lot of yellow. Should be pretty good,
Yeah.
yep.
Oh, yeah. We saw him draw the Plo Koon to get another yellow hero card. So even though you're playing the red base and you have some amount of red cards, the numbers on that hitting are pretty high, even in the early game. And we saw there Mickey hit, drew the Plo Koon, and then was able to reveal it. And there's a Boshek. Han saying he can draw 2. So he does not draw the Cinta, but he does draw the 1-drop. Interesting, or the interesting to have that 4-drop in there. Or
Yeah.
the 6-drop, I mean.
Yeah, well, Cinta, I think it lets you go for some really crazy combo turns against maybe some of the control decks. I am surprised to see it main deck, but I guess you want to give yourself as many games advantage against control as you can, and the opportunity cost on cards like that in specifically Star Wars Unlimited is so low, because worst case, it sits you in a row.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing here Brandon just trying to get in his damage, and Mickey doing the same thing. That is a large number of spy tokens there, just trying to outnumber the Han. But Han's coming up to his flip turn next turn, so we'll have to see. That this is where the explosion might happen, and a lot of things, more one-drops.
I mean, we are not going to have a problem flipping or untapping our resources with this flip.
Yeah.
Already 6 odd cost cards in play for the Han Pilot, but not a board to scoff at. This Padme has so many ground units, and with Raid 2, those spies are nothing to laugh at.
Yeah. So there's 5 spies and another Bale. Tarkin Town is still available for Mickey as well, so he could use it. He'll need to get in 1 more damage to this Cartel Turncoat, which is happening right now, and then he can Tarkin Town that and draw a card. Brandon has to decide his order of operations here as well.
Yeah, I think that of all the aggressive space decks, sometimes not the most complex decision making. A lot of I dodged my opponent's lane, I'm gonna swing. But this one specifically, because of the way that your flip turn works, sequencing can really pay off, and you can get some really explosive turns. So I'm excited to see, since this is the flip turn, what we're gonna get out of that flip.
Yeah, and we saw the Sin to get discarded, so I would imagine there's not a ton of those, but we've seen all kinds of plot cards. Could give it +3, could just play cards and then untap. Checking his resources now, but yeah, we'll see if there's some sudden ferocities. And I'm curious if he's gonna wait until 6 now that we've seen the Cinta, and maybe he wants a little bit more even number for sudden ferocities and multiples of that. So the Cinta main deck makes me think that he's not afraid to just wait an extra turn to flip this Han.
Yeah, that's a great call. And while he was looking through it, I know I saw at least 1, and it looked like maybe 2, but here we go. We're going to get the flip early, so probably no Cinta in his row after discarding it with the Boshek. So this is going to be the turn. What can we accomplish here? There's at least 1 sudden ferocity.
We see 2.
Oh, he does have
so
2.
He's got 2. So he has to play 1, untap 3, play the other one. And they're just going through this now. So when you plot, you do have to announce all of your plot cards before you start playing them, and then you can stack your Han 4 trigger in there however you would like. So he's tapping his 2 sudden ferocities and 1 other resource to put 1 onto the Han. Then with only 2 left, I would imagine he's going to use Han to untap his resources, and then he'll have 3 to play the second. And it looks like they're just talking through that now.
Yeah, probably making sure. It does seem a little weird that you could announce more plot cards than you could cast, but I'm pretty sure it works this way. I'm pretty sure you can cast all these plot cards.
Yes, he can, definitely.
Perfect. And it's pretty cool that interaction works that way. It makes this Han 4 pilot so scary now.
Yeah.
And I love this. I love putting the sudden ferocities on different units than the pilot leader, right? Diversifying the threats, totally. Especially when you've got units to play with. Tarkin Town already spent, and that's exactly why.
You know the Bamboozle is an option. Yeah.
Exactly why. No reason to lose to main deck Bamboozle. So well played from Brandon there. Going to push so much damage.
Into the Waylay as well. So Mickey with a lot of answers here. Brandon is stacking up the damage up to 16 on Mickey's base. But he did deal with the Han 4 flip turn. So that is the most explosiveness that you get out of the Han. So now we'll see if Mickey can weather the storm here. Just sending in with a pile of spies for 8 more, I believe that was, so up to 18.
Making sure to get full use out of these wonderful Bothan spy tokens here.
Oh, yeah.
By far the most I've seen on stream, and definitely the most by one person. Aggressive Negotiations gonna close it instantly. So many cards drawn earlier from CP3O and Boshek. A flip turn that spent no cards out of your hand. Aggressive Negotiations, so much damage.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, usually when you think of these Han pilot decks, you think, oh, they're spending so many resources on their flip turn, they're out of cards. But when everything you play is a plot card, you're not out of cards anymore.
Yeah, and that was really... I mean, we watched him dump multiple units. He had a 3-unit turn. I think he had a second 3-unit turn, and still had a full grip of cards, maybe more cards than the Padme. So that's one thing to look at, is how resilient this deck is, even though it's spamming out cards. So post-board, I assume it's going to be more upgrade hate from Padme and trying to just stem the bleeding in space, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of things, like anything that you have that specifically deals with ground and doesn't cross lanes, Mickey could potentially look at taking out, and there could be any number of other cards coming in for disruption. Things like Jam Communications aren't going to be as good because the Han, we did see Aggressive Negotiations, but you're more likely to miss when the deck is full of one-drop units and pilots and things and upgrades. So I'm curious if he's going to bring that in, but if he has an extra Bamboozle, those are really good. Other upgrade hate is good, either for the leader or just for things like the Sudden Ferocities that we saw.
Yeah, one thing with Sudden Ferocity, while it pushes a lot of damage, it doesn't attack right away, right? So even just a Confiscate or Disabling Fang Fighter, any of these cards. Another one that's really been kind of a standout card to me in sideboards from Aggression was Let's Call It War. Really good against these space decks, especially this Han Solo deck wants to give up initiative for multiple units, so you know you're going to get the Let's Call It War. You're going to get the 3 damage into the 2 damage, which should let you at least 2 for 1 and try and stabilize as you try and kind of transition into the mid game, and hopefully we see Padme flip this turn.
Yeah, and the nice thing about Let's Call It War in this specific deck is a lot of times this Han deck can kind of get around that by playing 2 3-health space units, and now Padme can say, okay, fine, I'll kill it with the ping next turn instead of just now. Whereas some decks that are playing it just by itself, you play, 2 Cartel Turncoats, and they say, oh no, well I can never kill the second one now. I can only kill the first one.
Totally.
So Padme, I think that's a good shout. I don't know if it's in his sideboard, but if it is, this is exactly the matchup that he would want it for.
Yeah, and I think I saw like some Plo Koon coming out of the deck, which makes so much sense, right? Just does functionally nothing. We saw 1 ground unit and it drew some cards, but it was gone before it really even got to a Plo Koon point in the game. So Mickey D looking to stabilize a little faster this game, hopefully, and get into Padme. He wasn't lacking damage. He just needed a little bit more interaction. Yeah,
notably he wasn't that far away. He got to 18, and he may have had some disruption there. So really Aggressive Negotiations coming in and helping make sure that Brandon took this game 1.
100%. Can we deal with the first couple spaceships is big. These Tarkin Town decks, obviously 25 HP. You pay a lot of life for that powerful effect. Every little, even the 1/3s, every little point can really add up. And you mentioned 18 damage on Brandon's base, and it was way more than the 7 damage required to close that game from Mickey D's board. So just needs to find a way to kind of close the gap on that damage.
Yeah.
Players shuffling up here,
Mickey
making
also
sure.
giving initiative to Brandon, it looks like. Which, you expect him to play 2 1-drops anyway, so you'll still have the option of, disclose unit into Tarkentown, or even if you don't have a unit that can disclose, you can still say, well, I'm just going to play my 2-drop, you're going to play your second 1-drop, and I'll still have initiative going into turn 2.
Totally. One thing I really like from this Padme deck on turn 1 that can be powerful is that spell, I forget its name, that we saw making all those spy tokens. You can start with that one.
Yes.
You can get the ping. You
Faith
can have
in your friends.
faith in your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can have.
It is one of the best cards in this Padme deck. It is so
for
good.
sure. Another one we didn't get to see that game, but I think could be pretty crucial just for pushing the damage is the Anakin Skywalker that came alongside the Padme. 3 mana.
3/4 hidden raid if you
3/4
have
hidden.
a Padme. That card is very good in this deck.
Just
for sure.
attacks for so much, and there's not going to be much interaction from Brandon's side, so that could be another way to kind of push the damage and keep pace against all of these units, these space units.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're ready to get started here into this game too. We see a Bale.
No lack of 1-drops on Brandon's side. I think he resourced 2 of them.
Swoop down? There's a yellow event in Brandon. It might be a swoop down, which is really interesting.
Oh, good call out. Yeah, looked like swoop down. Got a little glimpse of the art. That's some interesting interaction I was not expecting. Usually these space decks try to go as linear as possible and then kind of shape their post-board games to dodge the interaction coming in. But swoop down, I mean, it makes sense, right? Gives you a lot of ways to answer some problematic units like that Anakin I was mentioning.
Yeah, it can also answer the Bale if he swoops down specifically on the A-Wing. But since Brandon did give up initiative, Mickey is going to get the option to attack with this Bale.
Yeah, another interesting, I can only imagine sideboard card I just saw, Brandon. It looks like he's going to resource it, though. Plo Koon, you're going to have coordinate most games, especially if you have another 3 1-drop turn.
Yeah.
That's another interesting piece of interaction. It's probably only as interaction, comes in, ambushing, taking out a unit, and because it swings for 6 with that coordinate, forces probably another attack, maybe even another trade. Can be a good way to stabilize if Brandon ends up falling behind in one of these games.
Yeah, and the fact that it can come out on the flip turn, we're already going to potentially ready 5 resources could get you into some really nice areas on the 5 resource turn.
Yeah, this Han deck with the plot additions just has so much more flexibility. It's not such a, it feels like a one lane, one style deck anymore, right? And here we see Faith in Your Friends coming out.
Discarded to the Bale.
Oh, getting discarded to the Bale. Okay.
To make a spy. Yeah.
I see. So we're still going to get the spy token, still going to get the discard.
We do get the swoop down onto the Bale. So clean kill, raid 1. You also get the +2 attack from the swoop down, -2 attack on the Bale when attacking ground units. So you do get to just cleanly kill the Bale with the A-Wing. Ooh, Marin is so good in this matchup. So Marin basically says discard a card, deal 3.
Right.
And it can cross lane. So it can kill the 1/3, it can kill the 1/2. I wouldn't even be surprised to see a Tarkentown here on the 1/2 A-Wing, because Marin can already cleanly kill the 1/3. And for all of you people who Tarkentown give up initiative and then let your opponent go first, if you're going to do it, you can just do it first action next turn. It's all the same thing.
Yep.
Which is, I think, where Mickey's at. He can now make the decision. He might not want to. He might just want. He could Marin, discard 2, ping the A-Wing for 1 and kill it that way, and then have the option to Tarkentown the 1/3. He's got a lot of options here. Or just Faith in Your Friends is another, because he just needs to deal 1 damage to the 1/2.
Right. And I think you made a great point. The break point with a lot of these 1-drops is having 3 health. There's a lot of ways to deal 2, right? But the Padme plus Marin being able to deal 3 does give Mickey a lot more interaction. Obviously, we don't need it this turn. We're going to clean up the 1/2 with Raid, showing plenty of cards. It's kind of hard to tell with some of the play pack cards, but it looks like a Millennium Falcon, piece of junk, and a Commandeer, which can be kind of a funny one after some of these sudden ferocities.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Commandeer has to be a non-piloted ship, but sudden ferocity is not a pilot; it's a state of mind. So you can commandeer a suddenly ferocious spaceship. That's totally fine.
Yeah, and I mean, with how close that game 1 actually was on the base damage, that might have been all it takes.
Yeah.
Gonna see R2D2 from the set.
So that was the promo pack card that he showed. On Faith in Your Friends was the R2D2, where you discard a card and look at the top 3 and put 1 into your hand. And just another way to get a ping with Padme out. Here it's just for filtering. But interesting to discard the old Falcon. Mickey may be thinking that his plan here is to just race. And yeah, Brandon using the Han information to draw his card off C3PO that he already knew was there. It's not gambling when you know it's there.
Right. One thing I love about this set in particular, I feel like a lot of the sets in Star Wars have been very, like the Force cards work with the Force cards, right? But this set, Padme, all these cards, Marin,
Yes.
R2, right? Some of these older cards really working well. C-3PO working with the Jump to Lightspeed pilot. So I love seeing the synergies that these players are finding with cards that might not have had like homes in their sets.
Absolutely. And I'm really curious where Mickey goes with this attack. So he can attack the C-3PO, discard across lanes, and that is what he's going to do. Yeah, basically discarding just some of his more expensive units, saying, I'm going to play cheap cards and make spy tokens. Another C-3PO. This has to be a blind name, I think, but... Well, he revealed. You don't have to reveal if you don't get the card, but he has an outmaneuver. That is very good information for Mickey to have.
Yeah, especially
that Brandon did not need to disclose to Mickey.
Quite the ground arena.
Yeah.
Still hasn't used that Takedown. I thought for sure that we were going to spend it there, but just maybe trying to use it almost as a blocker. Couldn't double Sudden Ferocity in space, right? Because we would just take it out. Sudden Ferocity gives you no HP on your units, so could be using it almost as a deterrent instead of an immediate.
We just saw Bamboozle in Mickey's hand, and we know that we've seen the Sudden Ferocity go on other units before. So I think Mickey's saying, I can Bamboozle the Han leader, and I can Tarkentown any other unit that gets suddenly ferocious.
Yeah, I like that. Mickey playing really, really well to keep the board.
Really respecting the C-3PO, which I agree with. The C-3PO is so good. And yeah, killing one of the A-wing, or one of the Y-wing, whatever wing color that is, and then 2 damage on the other one.
And I love that he's not rushing to kill these units, right?
Yeah.
Knows, all right, I can keep the damage around. I'm not at a base damage, like a base threshold where I need to be too worried, right?
Yeah.
Only taking 2 from this attack. While you see a Sudden Ferocity, it's not the number one thing you want to see, but we have all these answers still. Tarkentown live. Marin can still clean this. This Y, I think you said Y-wing up. Kind of hard to tell with the big die on it now.
And yeah, the big thing here for Mickey, though, is that he has so many actions. Brandon has to act first. Like, Brandon can't keep passing and getting hit with 3 different spy tokens in the same turn and then seeing if Mickey claims. And we do see him going through the actions here. Tarkentown used on the Marin. So nice of Brandon to get that out of the way because it's such a big threat to his space deck. But yeah, Mickey, we saw the Bamboozle in hand, and he's waiting for this Han flip to see. He doesn't want to just fire off his Bamboozle.
And this Hotshot Blaster, I think, was on the Marin. I'm like pretty confident it was used with Marin to take out the C-3PO. I think so. Not 100% sure, but I think so.
I think it was... believe he got outmaneuvered anyway.
Gonna get outmaneuvered. Ahsoka coming in so good with Padme. Only units in the hand you assume for Brandon. Oh, we might see... Well, we're not going to untap that many, right? Because we only have 2 things to untap. We're finally getting to see this Padme flip. Didn't see it in game 1. A Bamboozle coming out. I think that's just going to be a concession. Yeah, not going to matter if the blaster was on the Marin or not. So much presence in the ground arena from the Padme. Had the Bamboozle for the Han leader, and Brandon says, let's just try a game 3.
Yeah, and I think Brandon knew that Mickey had an outmaneuver was his 1-turn play. And then his last hope was, don't have an answer for this Han, and I get to hit you a couple of times. And Mickey had the answer for the Han.
And showing that really this Padme deck can be controlling, right?
Yeah.
Certainly the Commandeers are going to come from the sideboard. You have to imagine, right?
Yeah, and showing so much respect to C-3PO as well. I think that's a big thing. Mickey realizing how dangerous it is in this Han 4 deck. Just getting to draw an extra card every turn. We saw him die game 1 to the aggressive negotiations. So really respecting, no, I'm not going to let you get free card draw every time. Yes, I'm hitting your base, but I'm going to take 4 damage off to kill the C-3PO every chance you let me, or every chance I can.
And with these really powerful combination flip turns, saying, even if it's not the aggressive negotiations, I want to force you to have the combo, not find it, not sculpt these big explosive turns. We saw that Han pilot flip much less impactful than the last one. Obviously, part of that is due to how many units were in play, but Mickey playing to just stunt the flip turn says, if I can get to my flip, his base also has 25 health. I can push the damage. The spies are going to go uncontested the whole time. Outmaneuver, the only real interaction we've seen so far.
We saw the outmaneuver as interaction from Brandon, and we know that he has Plo Koon, even though we didn't see it played that game. So he's got some amount of interaction, but most of it, the outmaneuver is just stalling tactics to try to get the last damage in. So if Mickey can be as controlling as he was in Game 2, I think things are looking up for him. But if Brandon can kind of get that overwhelming board presence so that Mickey's one aggressive negotiations away from dead. If he can spread out his threats amongst 3 units or so, then I think that he could be that Brandon could be in a good spot to take this Game 3.
Yeah, totally agree. We see aggressive negotiations in Mickey's deck.
Yes.
Which is pretty fun. All right,
oh, I love this guy.
Yeah, this is got to be one of the premier cards from the new set, especially. Oh, we're going to see 1-drop plus Daring Raid plus Tarkingtown says, I'm not dealing with this new fancy Disclose card. That's not going to be me.
But I was so excited to talk about it.
I know. And that would have been the first time we saw it this match, but going to have to wait to see if maybe he has another one otherwise.
It's interesting to me to Daring Raid Tarkingtown there because Marin is so good in this matchup, and now you don't have the Tarkingtown. And now we do see the Marin.
And immediately the Marin comes down. Yeah, I have to agree.
There's aggressive negotiations on top for Brandon. So now Mickey knows that the aggressive is coming. And I would imagine the C-3PO is going to die. Jam Comms gets a Waylay, another Clan Ordo, and a Falcon. So he does get a discard off the Jam Comms.
I mean, Jam Comm, really good. The Marin does cost cards, right? Like,
yeah.
This is not a free deal 3 for this deck. And, you know, a couple of hand hate pieces. You've got a bit of a card engine here. Obviously, I assume, given how Game 1 went, that we're going to see the Marin attack burn this 3PO plus the damage from the swing.
Yeah. And Jam Comms isn't the most likely to hit against this Padme deck, but whenever it does hit, you're really happy about it. Waylay can brutalize all of these non-leader things that you're doing. If you get something like the Faith in Your Friends, that's 2 spy tokens and a ping. Like, every event that this Padme deck is playing is something that you need to get rid of. The Bamboozle to kill your Han leader. So I like the Jam Comms, even though sometimes it might miss.
Yeah, I totally agree that the impact, the EV when it hits is so high. Interesting sequencing from Mickey. I really liked it. Said Marin to base, take out the 1-drop, knowing that the ping from Padme
lets him Tarkingtown
it, and lets him Tarkingtown 3PO before Brandon could set it up with the Han power. So we had to have gone blind, which I actually would have liked to see. I mean, I think you should go for it, take the damage when you can. Yeah, but opted to go for the spaceships. I think to keep initiative would be my guess why. Doesn't look like maybe the strongest hand out of Brandon, but sometimes you don't need the cards in your hand. You just need those new plot cards, and you can start pushing a ton of damage.
Yeah, definitely.
With only 3 damage to 2, the first person to break serve could be in a really favorable position here.
Yeah, interesting. Mickey leaving the Falcon out. So obviously it could get traded with this A-Wing, but trading is not what Brandon is here for. It's not what he wants to do. He does get the pump on the A-Wing. And I wonder if he was going to trade if he missed. He got an even card or a 1-drop, but since he got a 3, now I think he's debating, do I go 3 to base? And yeah, with Mickey only at 3, I think he's saying, you know, I know I have a ferocity later, but Brandon has a clear board for the first time that we've ever seen.
Oh, we're going to see a deploy to ground, not what you're expecting from
There's a blaster, so that
pilot.
is 6 damage into Han if he discards, 7 with the Padme. So that is a instant clear of the Han. Into Plo Koon to kill the Marin back. So both players playing quickly.
Yeah, these guys are playing at lightning speed here.
Yeah.
Choosing not to deploy Padme, or is Padme a 6 flip?
6.
Might be a 6 flip. A lot of the leaders recently have been 5. My apologies. Yeah. 6 flip, so we're looking to finally get Padme involved this game. Plo Koon with only 2 life, not the biggest ask to deal 2 damage out of these colors, but you wouldn't mind
Padme
taking
does
damage
like to
when you
just
can.
do 1 at a time.
Yeah, exactly. Faith in Your Friends wouldn't clean it up by itself, for example. So interested to see how Mickey, and we're just going to open with the deploy. Oh, and some plot.
Yeah, we see the sudden ferocity here onto the Padme. So now it's a 5-8. Much more threatening than a 2-8.
Yeah, 5-8, so much damage. 5 is so much when you're hitting into these Tarkingtown bases. Yeah. And just a 3-2. I mean, we're getting some chip damage with this Plo Koon, but if you're Mickey D, I think you have to be really happy with this spot. Surprise striking going to come through for 8 damage, so much pressure, so fast.
And the interesting thing was, we said last game, Plo Koon is interesting because he always has coordinates.
Yeah.
And literally now it was his only unit on board. And Mickey's not even wasn't even killing it first off. We'll see if he does now.
And that's
Goes
not
for Falcon. So I like the Falcon here because if Brandon plays a unit, Falcon can attack into the A-wing and turn off coordinate again. So Mickey is basically, he can hold up his leader attack and say, Plo Koon can hit me for 3. If you try to make it 6, we'll slow it down. So I really like the sequencing here.
You have to like what Mickey D is doing here. From Brandon's side, a harsh turn last turn, chipping in for 3 with Plo Koon, watching your opponent play a whole grip of cards, and then just following up with one drop ship, right? Not really where you want to be. We're
4
seeing
into the Padme, 5 back to base.
I mean, this trying to do unit control is not where this Han 4 pilot deck really succeeds.
Yeah.
I think we might have to see another Plo Koon coming in to take out Padme Amidala. But
it only goes to 7. She has 8 health.
She's 8 health. Oh my gosh, she's huge.
And
the
now
damage has been
just
done.
Go to base because now this Padme is lethal, unless he has a daring raid. Swoop down. Wow. So he traded his entire board and cards in hand, and now we have an Anakin here as well that was going to attack into 5. So that's lethal on the ground. And Mickey takes it. Wow. That was from board control to killing Brandon in the blink of an eye. That was wild.
Yeah, you can tell Mickey D has played at least a lot of reps either on this Padme Amidala deck. I would not be surprised if he has played a lot of Cunning Tarkentown, especially with these heroism cards.
Yeah.
It's so obvious he's all in on board control, and then the second he smells blood in the water, he turns the corner, and your base is in shambles. So
it was the same way with Quinlan. Whenever I watch a really good Quinlan player, I always say, "Man, they're really good at control." They killed them. The really good Quinlan players, like there are a few of them out there. They always know when to flip the corner. Whenever you watch Mickey D, Clueless, Wu, basically anyone in the top 4 or top 8 of the team event is on Quinlan. You watch them play, and they know exactly when to turn the corner and say, okay, I'm done controlling the board. I'm going to kill you now. And it's such a cool thing to watch. The high skill Quinlan and Padme players do.
Yeah, Mickey also showing some sequencing that was unique to Padme. It was really awesome stuff. I think we're going to another game. We finally get to switch matches here, and we've got looks like Han 2 blue versus Sabe yellow.
Sabe,
yep.
Yeah.
Unsure exactly what game it is, but this board state is crazy looking.
Looks like we've got a lot of damage on both boards, and so this is Platform from Late Night Gaming and Micah. So I actually played against this Sabe deck on stream in the 3v3. It's a really cool deck.
Yeah.
And let's see what Platform can do. A lot of disruption, a lot of bounce. And looks like he's trying to control the board a bit. He's got 8 damage left to deal onto Micah's base, and he's got 12 left to be able to take. 7 more on board now for Micah in readied units with his Ki-Adi-Mundi and the Han. Oh, thank you in chat, Rebel Trader. Micah is also from Late Night Gaming.
Oh, perfect. A little bit of a team kill here, but that means that their deck knowledge and matchup knowledge is going to be pretty extensive, right? They're going to have tested, talked about, and probably made deck building decisions because of each other's input.
Yeah.
So we're going to see some pretty tight play here. I'm assuming Sabe, new from Secrets of Power, not the easiest leader to play against, right? Really tricky, but we're going to see Rex coming back down.
I love Captain Rex. So when he's played, he's a 7/7. He gives himself Sentinel and an enemy unit. So in this case, Micah says, I'm going to give your space unit Sentinel so I can attack wherever I want, and you have to hit Rex if you want to attack with your Sabe. So you're not going to get the cards out of my hand. Rex is a really cool addition to Han 2 decks, and some other decks have been playing it. Some other Blue Hero decks have been playing it as well. It's a really cool Secrets of Power unit.
Yeah, and he hits the exact box you want to tick with this Han Blue deck, right? 6 mana, 7/7, good ability. That's above rate already.
Yeah.
Give myself the ability to play him on the flip turn.
Yeah.
Really stuffing some of the ways that people want to interact. But here's Cunning, the reason to be in double yellow.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna go for exhaust.
Before.
Yeah, this card has done its fair share in Star Wars Unlimited. Interested to see. Oh, we're gonna go with a bounce on. Oh,
exhausting.
Exhausting
choosing
pump.
not.
So it's a really interesting play here to try to see if you're. Oh, that's an aggressive negotiations for game. So yeah,
out
because
of nowhere.
Because I think the pump was on a light maker, so it would have been lethal. Or sorry, the pump was on the 4/5 ambush, so it would have been 20 to 28. So the cunning attack would have been lethal.
Yeah.
He tapped the big unit and the restore, but Micah had the aggressive negotiations for lethal. So Tony out there platform playing to his outs.
Yeah.
And Micah saying, you know, I've got the answer to that as well. So that was a really exciting end. And I believe that makes it 2-0 to Micah over platform. That is the last of the stream games that we have for this round. But man, that was an exciting ending. I didn't think we were going to get that much action out of when we saw the board state of that one. That was a really cool ending by the late night guys, putting on a bit of a show with the little bit of time that they had on camera.
Yeah, and right off of the back of Captain Rex and Aggressive Negotiations, right? 2 of the new cards, probably the 2 cards you're going to see the most in these Hantu blue decks. Aggressive Negotiations. With the Kiadi Moonies, you can fill your hand so much.
Yeah.
Unlike some of these other mid-range decks, Hantu can stop resourcing pretty early. Yeah. Especially with Rex now, another card that costs a little bit less, only 6. You can build up some pretty big Aggressive Negotiation swings. Yeah. And then, I mean, you said every reason why Rex is just absolutely perfect for this kind of deck.
Yeah, and if you're not going up to the Crate Dragon level, then that makes it easy. Maybe you swap out the Crate Dragons for some of these slightly smaller but still impactful cards, and now all of a sudden Hantu can get the big Aggressive Negotiations off, like you were saying. So yeah, that's really interesting how the decks evolve with the Force Throw ban, and B, just with the new set and the new toys that it got.
Yeah, so much ability to adapt to whatever decks you expect to be popular, right?
Yeah.
Gives a lot of power to the prep when you build a deck like Hantu Blue. You have so many options, so many cards, at least when I was building my set 6 Hantu Blue deck that I was used to playing, but I don't see the need for it yet, but I just keep them in the back of that deck box, you know, in the playables deck box, just in case, you know, after a tournament like this, I'm sure the Hantu Blue decks will adapt even more, and just always having that room for innovation is such a powerful tool.
Yeah, definitely. So that is it for our coverage of round 3. Reminder, we have one more round of Swiss in Pool A today. And then that'll be it for our coverage today after next round. And then we'll talk after next round about exactly what's going to happen tomorrow and Sunday. So stay with us for one more round. I am Jeff Creasy here with Navarro. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll be back in a bit with round 4. Where are you adding it from? Is it like just an image or?
I posted it. I have a website.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because you can add it as an image or the browser link if you have it as posted somewhere. Did Josh go to the bathroom? I assume?
Yeah, it's
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I saw time got called, so I figured I'd come back in.
I have that top 10 list.
Cool. Let's see if I can finish this cough drop before we go live. Yeah.
First day's the hardest part. I say with no experience. Any day with the first day. But conceptually, I would be surprised if it didn't get easier.
Depends on how well you sleep.
I buy that. I hope we can do this in Seattle.
Yeah, dude, I love it.
I think we're gonna make it happen.
Yes.
I can sort out a couple things.
All right, I'll bring us in for the last round. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys, gals, non-binary pals. We are here for the last round of Swiss of the day. It is round 4, Pool A of the Bothan Invitational 8K. I am Jeff Creasy, and I am honored to be here with Josh Snyder of Next Gen Gaming. How you doing, Josh?
Doing well. Final round of the first day, but still so much more action throughout the rest of this weekend. But it's been a long day. We're all exhausted, But nevertheless, we are ready to see some great action in this final round, round 4
absolutely.
of the first pool of the 8K event. I'm excited about it, and it's been a lot of fun so far. I know that.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we got a few interesting games to choose from. I see Phil from McClunky Gaming. I see Ryan DeCreasy from KTOD, Mickey D, who we just watched last round. We got some options. Let's go on camera 3. Let's watch Phil's game. Phil flew here all the way from Europe to defend his Bothan title, and I love watching this guy play. He's
been great.
Yeah, he's so methodical and so good. His name on Melee is Number Guy, because he was in the U.S. when he started playing SWU. He was in the U.S. getting his PhD, I believe, in mathematics. So yeah, really smart guy, really cool to talk to. Looks like he's going up against a mono yellow Cad Bane.
Very interesting. Very different. Something I don't think we've seen this on stream yet today.
I have not seen the mono yellow Cad before. I would imagine that this is a Cad that instead of Tarkin Towning is going with the heavy discard package. So maybe we'll see things like Garindon and a new adventure, along with your Bodhi Rooks and Cantina bouncers. It could just be trying to get this massive value train. I'm not sure. I'm really interested to see how this Cad deck pans out and what kind of angle he's trying to attack other decks with.
Absolutely. Again, you talked about it, Philip, the defending Bothan Invitational 1v1 champion, trying to repeat. He did it with Han 1 Yellow back in March, trying to do it potentially with Han 1 Green this time. Off to a great start so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
This evening.
And while they're shuffling it up, I'll say it again at the end of the round for everybody, but this is the round 4 of Pool 1 tonight. That's the last round tonight. Tomorrow morning, we're going to do rounds 5, 6, and 7 of Pool A. Then we're going to do all 1 through 7 of Swiss of Pool B. So that's going to be tomorrow. And then Sunday is going to be Championship Sunday, all top cuts all the time. We're going to start with a top 8 of the 3v3, run through that entire bracket until we get a 3v3 champion. Then we're going to run through the top 16 of the 8K and run through that until we get a champion.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah.
That's going to be so much fun seeing what comes out on top, both in the team event as well as the 1v1 event. So
I think Phil won the die roll, and he doesn't know if he should have initiative or give it to Jacob. I think that's where we're at right now. It looks like Phil's claiming himself. Yeah.
But it's one of these things.
Oh, now he realized it's not Tarkentown, and he's thinking.
I remember talking to Navarro about this a little bit, and it's one of those things generally with these Han 1 decks that a lot of times the initiative isn't super important because you're using that Han action ability on turn 1 to get the extra resource.
Yeah.
So a lot of times you're going to end up giving up initiative anyways.
Yeah, and I think an interesting thing about Han 1 that could make it a little different specifically into this Cad Yellow is a lot of times if you're going to Han action to play a 3-drop, if you're going into the Bazines or Garindons, you may need a backup 3-drop too. So it can be kind of risky to Han action if you only have one 3-drop to play on turn 1.
Yeah, it's a really good point because now you have 6 possible turn 1 plays that could strip your opening play with the addition of Garindon. So,
and we've seen Philip on stream before, and he does have multiple versions of Millennium Falcon in his deck. So a blind Garindon to name Millennium Falcon has multiple options to hit because in this game you don't have to name the subtitle of the card. It's the main name of the card works.
Well, we know that that's really the go-to play for the most part for these Han 1 green decks. It's either turn 1 Resupply or turn 1 Millennium Falcon. You've got a couple options there with Millennium Falcon. It's
something that I wanted to talk about. It's a really interesting evolution of Han 1 Green. A couple of sets ago when Han 1 Green really became big, the only thing you wanted to do on turn 1 was turn 1 Resupply. Now, it's evolved a little bit where you don't need 4 resources on turn 2. You don't need to play that Kira so much in a lot of these matchups. So what a lot of the Han 1 greens want to do now is they want to play Falcon on turn 1 and to resupply on turn 2. And it still gives them that explosive flip turn 1 turn early.
Yeah, that's right.
But it kind of changed the order that they necessarily want to do these things in, which is really cool.
Both players taking the mulligan as we get set for game 1. Final round of this day 1 in Atlanta at the Boston Invitational. Philip will start with the initiative.
I see the resupply in his hand, but I don't see much else he can do, so he may be susceptible to the hand hate here. If it comes from the CAD, we'll have to see.
And he gestured over here. I believe he just passed. Yeah, absolutely. That gesture did seem to indicate a pass over to Jacob.
You see the Garandan.
There it is. Yeah, Garandan coming out turn 1
I don't know
for
how to
Jacob.
pronounce it, but yeah.
I believe it's Garandan.
Okay.
I did my due diligence, and I did look it up.
Yeah.
And I believe that is the correct way.
Yeah, and we saw it's exactly what I was talking about. If Phil had Han action, he would only have 1 play with the resupply. So instead of doing that, he passed and said, I'm not going to lose 2 cards to this. If you have it, then I'll just lose the resupply.
It's such a heads-up play. Such a high skill play to be aware of this. And I guarantee you that when Philip immediately put his head down after he won that roll, that's kind of what he was thinking about, right? And we see it here in game 1 for Jacob. So turn 2, it's going to be Millennium Falcon, piece of junk right away for Philip.
Oh, that's so
Falcon
good.
playing ready, and look at this, the CAD ping plus the 3 damage from McClunky as McClunky bounces back Garandan to Jacob's hand. 4 total damage to the Millennium Falcon. That turn 2 play for Philip immediately wiped off the board, and here comes Garandan once again, and he's already seen the hand. That's the beautiful synergy here. Garandan gives you that information. McClunky, we bring it back. We already know what our opponent has in hand, so we know what we can call Keller and Beck stripped from Philip's hand.
Yeah, Jacob really showing what this CAD deck can do with the discard package. And I would imagine as Mono Yellow, he's also on the new adventure. He's going to be on things like Bodhi Rook. So I think his entire game plan, who needs Tarkentown if your opponent never gets to play a card? And the only reason that Han 1 came back into fashion was because Force Throw got banned and Han 1 hated having its hand stripped by various effects.
The loss of discard, right, was huge, right? The Force Throw was so big and so prevalent in the meta, and it was really keeping Han 1 out of the picture. Discard is so good because they're using up that hand with the Han action ability. So being able to strip multiple cards from your opponent's hand, such a great start here for Jacob. And I think you could absolutely be right.
Action of the turn. I believe he has a blue leader in hand, so I think his plan is probably to take that to the ground and make sure that
there it is. Does not want to see McClunky once again. Blue leader coming out, 5 total resources being moved to the ground arena with 2 experience tokens. We do see the Mist Hunter coming out for Jacob in the space arena, but Philip will have that blue leader still in the ground arena with 5 power. Philip will have the initiative as we move to turn 4 of this game number 1.
Yeah, and the main thing that we see Tarkentown help, a lot of these CAD decks, they don't run any red cards. They run Tarkentown to kill a turn 1 play, and we already saw Philip not have a turn 1 play. So at least in this game, this is just an upgraded version of CAD Tarkentown so far. So I'm really curious how the rest of the games play out if you think of Tarkentown as giving up 5 HP to guarantee you kill your opponent's first play.
Yeah. Could very well. This CAD Bane double cunning deck could very well be a slightly better matchup into this Han 1 green than the Tarkentown counterpart. We're going to see Philip with the first action using that Han action ability, going up to 6 resources. I believe that's the Boba Fett pilot being put onto the Mist Hunter CAD Bane triggered ability.
Mist Hunter is a transport, I believe, which I think means Boba does an extra damage to it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So I believe that would be 2 damage when played. from
Yes.
the Boba when played.
And then,
And then
Cad
another
Bane,
damage with Cad, which
kills
would
the
take
blue
out
leader.
Blue Leader. So it's such an effective line here for Jacob. Han Solo leader unit instantly deployed. And look at this. No good to me dead for Jacob. He's just had
all
the
the
response.
answers.
He's had all the answers. He's going to mitigate this big possible flip turn for Philip. Now, Philip is going to smuggle in the Hotshot DL44 blaster, but Jacob has really done a fantastic job of stopping everything that Philip has wanted to do so far in this game.
And Mist Hunter drew him a card.
That's
because
absolutely
he played
right.
The pilot. So yeah,
Yeah. Miss Hunter with that on attack ability. If you've played a Bounty Hunter or Pilot card, you draw a card. 5 damage to base in the process. 6 damage on Philip's base. No damage
Rebel Trader
at
in
this
chat
point
saying this
on
might
Jacob's
be
base.
Jake Shell, who is a YouTube creator who came to last BIATL and plays some really cool decks, which would kind of go well with what we're seeing.
Awesome.
Yes,
Here we go.
confirmation it is Jake Shell versus Philip from McClunky.
That's awesome. Philip with the initiative. First action. Going to smuggle tech into play here.
Yeah, he's doing his best to not have to have the cards in his hand, but the combination of the hand hate early plus the no good to me dead messing up the flip turn, Philip's going to have something to come back into this game.
No good to be dead, of course, kept that Han Solo leader unit exhausted during this turn as well. Cad Bane leader unit has been deployed. Philip just claiming the initiative. Will not be able to take advantage of the 2 ready resources. Jacob still has a lot of damage showing on board. He's got a total of 9 here. He's got 6 resources to work with.
It's also interesting, the blaster on this Han leader from Philip means that if Jake attacks either unit, even if he does something like play his own blaster to kill the tech, Han can still come back and kill this Cad leader. 'Cause there's a total of 8 power on the ground here for Phil.
It's an interesting spot. You know, does Jacob, do you think it's okay to leave that tech in board? It's always sketchy, right? It's always
getting
sketchy,
iffy.
but
the 7 resources.
Can we be aggressive enough to where it may not matter?
Yeah, the 7 resources to me is where it's iffy and not terrible.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Hotshot DL44 blaster smuggled onto Cad Bane. Going to attack and defeat the Han leader unit, taking 6 damage back.
And I was going to say I like this better than killing the tech. We did see a Cad Bane unit in Jake's hand. And also, Philip isn't going to want to give up his tech necessarily for this Cad when he has no cards in hand, which lets Jake answer it with some of his other options, which, like, it could be capture from the Cad Bane. It could be something like a Relentless Pursuit. There are a lot more options to deal with tech than there are to deal with the leader.
Another 5 damage got into Philip's base with that Mist Hunter, piloted by Boba Fett. Philip once again has the initiative. He's been holding on to the initiative for some time here. Tech is just going to trade with the massive leader unit on Jake's side of the table. Cad Bane back to the base zone. Jake's action to take here, up to this point, has been in full control of this game, and that Mist Hunter going to deal another 5. Has dealt 15 damage over the past 3 turns. Over halfway there. Here comes Killer and Beck. As Philip goes digging the top 7 cards of his deck. No ready resources remaining. He's going to have to find something that costs 3 or less here.
Yeah, this could be the start of a rebuild for Phil. Getting a nice 2-for-1 out here.
Oh, look at the blue leader coming out, being able to ambush and take out that 2-3 cartel spacer and start trying to clean up this space arena just a bit. Looks like we're going to see a big play on the opposite side. Oh, man, Cad Bane, hostage taker, capturing
Taking hostages.
Keller and Beck. Wow.
It's interesting. I believe he could have captured the blue leader there as well, but chose to leave it out because he knows that at the moment it can die to 1 Cad ping. And maybe he doesn't want to give Philip a readied unit if the Cad Bane were to get waylaid.
Solid play, taking Kellerman Beck hostage here. Philip, once again, he's got the initiative. He's got Blue Leader in the space arena. 8 resources to work with. It's going to be Captain Typho putting a Sentinel down in the ground arena. So now Jake will have to get through that.
I've been impressed a lot by Typho in this event. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to claw him back from this. Jake has really had all the answers so far.
Oh, look at this. Forlom's coming out. Cad ping here. So now there's a choice to make.
Yeah.
Because that Cad Bane ping on a Typho means that Forlom just takes out the Sentinel. Or that Cad Bane ping is going to defeat Blue Leader right away here. Tough decision to make for Philip.
I think if you're Phil, you've got to kill the Blue Leader here. You want your Typho to absorb this Cad Bane hit as well. And it looks like there's no ambush. There's a second Typho. And I believe we're going to game 2 now.
There it is. Okay.
I think Phil's hand might have been 3 Typhos.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Back-to-back Captain Typhos here. Just not going to be enough for Philip. Great start for Jake.
Yeah.
As he takes game 1 over the defending champion. And, you know, this kind of looks like it could be a solid matchup for Jake, especially if he can get the early Garandan, the early ways to disrupt Philip's hand.
Yeah, the big key here is McClunky, and if he can recur his threats. It helped on he got the blind Garandan on turn 1. He didn't know anything about Phil's hand, and he named resupply and got it. So that was huge. And then being able to McClunky and play it again, it just set Phil back so much. So I'm curious if we'll see him be able to do that again on game 2, or will Phil be able to take a little bit more control if Jake doesn't get this explosive opening that just completely rips Phil's hand apart. So that's what I'm going to look into. How many cards does Phil have after the first 2 turns of the game, and how many plays has he made? Because I think it's a much more even matchup if Jake doesn't get that explosive start from. I mean, it's the reason he's playing the deck. The reason you play the deck is to get those explosive starts. But I really want to see how this matchup goes if he has a more standard opening, even if it's just a Bazine, because Bazine lets you redraw a card.
Right. Yeah, Garandan. While Bazine is still good to target certain cards like resupply, which is obviously so important for Han, Garandan just that much better because they don't get that card back.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really crucial for these Han 1 decks, again, because they're burning through those cards early because of the Han action ability. Every card lost is, as you said, setting you back so far, and it puts you in this situation where you're just constantly trying to play catch-up. You're behind in cards. You end up behind on board because you can't as freely use that Han action ability to get ahead where you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think Philip's going to have to ration his Han ability regardless of how Jake starts because he knows how much discard is there. So yeah, I think this will be this will be a test of can Phil adapt? Can he really get it going? Even if he doesn't get to Han action as much as he would like to in other matchups.
Yeah, and our producer posting in chat for you. But yeah, we're bright and early start. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., finishing up the final 3 rounds of this first pool for the 8K. As these players getting ready for game 2. Looking to stay towards the top here in pool 1. Philip with his back against the wall. Interesting to note, Piet Red, the most represented tonight. Was the most represented in the team event, most represented so far in pool 1. We'll see what happens in pool 2, but we're going to get started with game 2 here in round 4. Philip's going to start with R2D2 discarding Blue Leader, searching the top 3 cards of his deck for a card, and he will draw it.
Yeah, this is much better than it is against Cad Tarkentown because you don't have the Tarkentown to finish it off. So now, even if Jake tries to go for his Garandan play, if Phil has something like a Hot Shot Blaster in the row, he might be able to kill that before Jake could get a McClunky off. So now it makes everything a little bit riskier for Jake to try to pull the same kind of shenanigans that he pulled in Game 1.
All right, so we're not going to see the same shenanigans. We're going to see Bazine instead of Garandan. Cad Bane triggered ability, 1 damage to R2-D2. And Jake says you can keep that hand.
Him. I don't see a resupply.
Yep.
You can keep
no
him.
Resupply. I'm happy. We're not ramping into that 5-6-7 early here.
Yeah.
L337, another blue leader, and the 3-cost Obi-Wan Kenobi that can get Sentinel, the cards in hand for Philip.
Interesting unit in these Han 1 green decks because the only other Force unit they play is Keller and Beck. So Obi-Wan is only there to get Sentinel on the turn you play him, either off of a Ewing Reinforcements or off of a Keller and Beck. So it's really kind of polarizing, where sometimes it's really good, and sometimes you're like, man, I wish this was any other card. It's a really interesting include that a lot of people are putting into these Han 1 green decks.
Going into turn 2 of Game 2, Philip a bit in the tank here on this resource decision.
We discarded 1 blue leader to the R2, and now he's debating resourcing another one, but it's one of his only ambush threats, and it can do things like it can kill a Forlom, or it can really help get the board back. So I think he needs the rest of his hand, but he didn't want to get rid of that many of his ambush threats.
Speaking of Obi-Wan Kenobi, the protective Padawan has come out here on turn 2. We'll have Sentinel for this phase, and it's going to be bit of a different turn 2 for Jake here in Game 2. The stolen AT hauler coming out. The one thing I do like about the AT hauler is it can immediately answer any Falcon that comes into play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very good into Yellow Hero and in Yellow Hero.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Stolen AT hauler is pretty commonly found in some of these Han 1 green decks as well.
It's also another sign to me that Jake is probably playing cards like a new adventure, because if your opponent plays your hauler, you play a new adventure to immediately get your AT hauler back onto your side of the field.
Much less of a downside.
Yeah, I would expect if Philip does kill this, he does not replay it.
Moving to turn 3, R2-D2 was able to get in first base damage of Game 2. For the first time in a little while here in this match, I do believe. Jake with the initiative going to swing for 4 damage right away with the stolen AT hauler.
Leaving Philip with an interesting decision, because Philip has to know that McClunky exists. So are you gonna? And it looks like Philip does just take out the Bazine, not gonna deal with anything from Jake, and just saying, get this out of here.
Here comes a turn 3 cunning for Jake. Let's see what the options are. Looks like we're gonna discard a random card from Philip's hand.
And I think he's bouncing the Obi-Wan unit.
Okay. So discarding Keller and Beck, a very solid hit off of Cunning. The protective Padawan back into Philip's hand. Now Philip does still have 4 ready resources. Could just throw back the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit right back into the ground arena, but we're going to go 2 to base first, 4 damage on each base. Jake claiming the initiative. We'll see if Philip has another threat possibly here. Has he found resupply? We haven't seen that resupply yet.
He could, if he has one, he could Han action here into resupply, into deploy.
That's absolutely right.
But I think he's just going to play a 5-drop. Yeah.
Chewbacca into the ground arena. That's going to be a 5/6 in the ground arena for Philip.
Yeah.
That cannot be defeated or returned to hand by enemy card abilities. And especially in double yellow, you've got options to bounce. So a very relevant piece of text on Chewbacca, the faithful first mate.
Absolutely, and also he's constantly threatening the Cad Bane leader flip with a surprise strike, so it's just another thing that Jake has to think about when he's deciding, do I flip, do I do this, how do I attack this board? He's got to constantly think about the surprise strike threat.
It is a great point. Surprise strike could be looming in the very near future. Philip defeating that resource from the Han action ability, the previous action phase. We've got Jake with the initiative once again. It's going to start out 4 damage to base with the stolen AT hauler. He's keeping that pressure on. R2D2. Full of solutions.
Yeah. Very
Full
different.
of 2 damage per turn.
Very different dice philosophies here. Jake going all the way up to 6, where Phil is staying at 2 4s.
Love to see it. Here we go. There's the first Garandan of game 2.
Does he think that Philip still has the Obi-Wan in his hand, or any
a
of
good
the cards
question.
that he saw earlier, or
What
did
are we?
they get
What are we
resourced?
targeting here?
Jake wrote down all the cards from Bazine, so I think right now he's trying to decide if any of those are cards that Philip would want to keep in his hand, or does he blind name something that he doesn't want to see this turn.
That's absolutely right.
It looks like he did miss. I don't know
Okay.
what he named, but none of those 3 cards, because Philip is not discarding them.
Now this is interesting. We actually see Cunning in Philip's hand. That Obi-Wan Kenobi and a blue leader here.
Yeah, I think that I think Cunning is a sideboard option for Philip in certain matchups and things like this, where he could potentially tap down something like the Mist Hunter before it draws a card,
Right.
or discard the Cad Bane back. I think it's got some really interesting options in this kind of matchup.
Do we had blue leader. Do we immediately? Well, not necessarily. I mean, blue leader could, but I was going to ask: do we immediately pounce on the Garandan? And Philip answered
Yes.
that question with an
Absolutely.
emphatic yes.
Yeah,
Garandan must go.
Because not only is Garandan coming back down bad for you, the 4 damage from McClunky with 3 from McClunky, 1 from the Cad Ping is also very bad for you. You're saying no, if you're gonna McClunky, you're gonna McClunky your 3-drop that you can't replay this turn.
That's right.
So he's hoping that if Jake is trying to McClunky, that it makes his turn very awkward from here.
Han action ability being contemplated over here for Philip. One way or the other, Jake really working Philip in this match. Our defending champion is going to smuggle tech into play. And now we're going to see Aura Singh coming out. Cad Bane, triggered ability coming through. It's going to be another damage on R2D2. He still has 1 HP remaining. Now we see the Han action ability. Philip getting an extra resource here. 2 ready resources, but more importantly, 6 total resources. Deploying the Han Solo leader unit, 4 damage to Jake's base. We get another ready resource, 3 total here. Do we have another play
Can he spend
in
the
store?
3?
We know he has Obi-Wan Kenobi, right?
We do. We know he has it. He might want to try to save it for next turn on the Cad flip. But I think I just run it out here. Yeah, I like that a lot.
I tell you what, Philip has built up quite the ground arena. We've got 5 units in Philip's ground arena.
And now with the Obi-Wan out, I talked about how at least main deck, the only other force unit is Keller and Beck. But if Philip gets to attack with Han, he's back up to 7. So now Jake has to say, do I kill this tech? Do I just flip Cad? Do I have to try to tap this Han before it gets to 7 so that he can't Keller and Beck and make Obi-Wan a Sentinel? Everything that Philip has done this game has said, I am making Jake have to make choices and see if he makes the right ones. So the way Philip has been playing this game, it's so much more interactive and so much more putting the pressure on Jake than what we saw in game 1, where he didn't really get to do anything.
So here we go. Jake with the initiative, deploying the Cad Bane leader unit with his first action. We are going to plot in Garandan. What are we ripping here? He knows the cunning is there. Cunning discarded.
Plo Koon as well, though, which is another the force unit from the sideboard, so he could Plo Koon in and give the Obi-Wan Sentinel at the same time.
And I would dare say that coordinate is going to be turned on for quite some time.
For the foreseeable future. And yeah, it's a really interesting choice here from Philip. He could kill the Aura Singh. He could put 6 damage into the Cad. He could kill the Garandan and make sure there's no McClunky shenanigans. So even if Philip wants to Plo Koon this action to give Sentinel, that still doesn't stop the amount of decisions that he has to make that are all fairly reasonable.
Philip has played a very fair game in terms of Han 1 green and the crazy busted power plays that you can make in this deck, the huge 5, 6, 7s, the big plays. He's had to take a much different approach, a much more conservative approach, but it's really paying off here. And like you said, he's constantly making Jake answer questions.
Yeah.
Philip's constantly asking questions in this game, putting the pressure on in the ground arena. Very fair game so far, but these units are very viable threats.
Yeah, and I think that what we're seeing here, I don't have a ton of experience with the mono yellow CAD, but this is kind of how I imagined it might go in both games so far, where if it is a fair game where you're not doing neither deck is doing extremely busted things, Han is going to do those things a little bit better. But if both decks have the most busted things that they can do completely running engines full, this CAD is going to completely strip out Han's hand, and Philip's not going to be able to do anything, even if he has the best hand possible. That's so far what we've seen in Game 2, but I'm curious if Jake can do something to claw back this board state and get out of here in 2 games.
Han Solo, leader unit taking out RS Singh. Philip up to 7 ready resources after that on attack ability. We've got Cad Bane just going into base here. 12 damage.
Yeah, Jake still has the stolen AT Hauler, so maybe he says, I can still win this race. I'm just going to hit. I took the cunning out of your hand.
Keep in mind with that tech in play, so many options for Philip now. He only has 1 card in hand, but essentially has 8 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Because every one of those resources do have smuggle. And we know that 1 card in hand.
The 1 card in hand is Plo Koon.
Yep.
And Philip has not played any cards this turn, so Obi-Wan does not have Sentinel. Because that is only turn by turn when you play a force unit that Obi-Wan gets Sentinel. And yeah, putting the 2 into the CAD. So he's setting it up for Plo Koon to potentially kill the CAD.
No good to me dead. It's going to lock down that Chewbacca. Exhausting it here. We'll keep it locked down into next turn.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to see the Plo Koon here. I would imagine finish off the CAD.
And Plo Koon coming out with that coordinate turned on, an ambush, swinging for a total of 6 damage into the Cad Bane leader unit, taking it out. Should be 2 damage back on Plo Koon.
Yes.
The AT Hauler getting in for another 4.
There, yeah.
16 damage on Philip's base. And Philip still showing another 5 damage in the ground arena. That Obi-Wan Kenobi is going to attack and defeat Garandan. Another 2 from R2-D2. He's been loyal in this game.
Yeah.
More damage from R2-D2. Jake has the initiative, and this ground arena just continuing to get scarier and scarier. You have a total, if I counted correctly, 17 damage.
Yeah.
Not including the lockdown Chewbacca in the ground arena for Philip.
Yeah, that's a bunch. Question for you, Josh. Are you a base 6 guy or a base 4 guy?
I'm a base 5 guy. I'm right in the middle there.
I play base 5 because I know what it's like to try to count while you're doing commentary, so I'm a base 5 guy as well.
Now, divisible by 5 is great. So if you had a 24 HP base, the 6 works as well. I guess the 30 is okay. But anyways, here we go.
Exhausting
and I
the
believe
Plo
that was the
Koon.
lurking snub here coming out. So you're exhausting the Plo Koon. That's 6 damage that would be mitigated on this turn.
Yeah, and when you're just counting up with 4 damage every turn, you're trying to get the space in. And I'm curious, I don't know. Jake could have cards like Outmaneuver, so maybe he's racing to get to the point where they're both going to have lethal in one turn, and Jake does something like an Outmaneuver to tap Philip's ground board and go in for the win with space. He could be trying to set something like that up.
That is an excellent point. Outmaneuver has seen its fair share of play in Premier over the last several months. It's Philip's action to take. I believe he's still got one card in hand. We're going to see Hot Shot Blaster onto the Han leader unit attacking for 6. It's 18 damage on Jake's base. 4 will come across to Philip's base, putting the total up to 20.
So on board, Philip can get Jake up to 25, which would make Plo Koon lethal next turn. He also still has 5 resources to spend this turn.
Still has 5 resources. Of course, that tech still giving him options. Could even see something wild like a surprise strike out of the resources because of tech. Lots of options here for Philip. Now, I believe the action on, is it on Jake or did he pass or claim after that attack? Oh, he attacked.
Yeah,
I got it mixed up. He attacked second, so the action is back over to Philip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Han attack first and then the AT hauler.
Yes, correct.
Just waiting for Philip here, bit in the tank on this next action.
Well, that's the thing about tech. You got a lot of options.
He does. He has a lot of options.
If he has something like a waylay, he could potentially waylay the AT hauler, surprise strike like you mentioned, and that's just from things in the resource row, obviously, depending on whatever card's in his hand. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a surprise strike if he has one in his row.
Looks like you've got some people in the chat that agree with you. Why are there not increments of 5? Now here is the surprise strike. He absolutely had the surprise strike in the resources. Will smuggle it because of tech. 6 more damage to base. With Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's 24 damage on Jake's base. I believe Jake has just claimed the initiative. Another 2 damage coming through from Tech and R2-D2. It's 28 damage on one swing from any of these units in the ground arena. We go to a game 3.
No
Jake is not going to stop it. He does not have the outmaneuver. And we are going to game 3. The defending champ clawing his way back to give us a show as we wrap up here on day 1.
And I do think that Jake is playing Outmaneuver because it seemed like he was playing to that as is out there. And I'm curious if Philip has that read as well.
Okay.
He's a very smart guy when it comes to things like that. And I think, so we'll see if he didn't really have an option to play around it in that game. He just piled on the damage and said, it's more than one turn for you anyway. But yeah, Jake's back on initiative, so I'm curious if he starts or if he has Phil start, because Phil already showed he's not just going to Han action into these Garandans. So I think if I'm Jake, I might take the initiative because you're not going to ping Tarkentown anything anyway, and that could give you the chance to strip something. But at the same time, if you play first, you're opening Phil up to play his 3-drop that's anything other than what you name with Garandan, or if you have 2 options with the Bazine. So it's kind of risky either way based on what Phil has for Jake to either go first or second. So I'm really curious who he gives initiative to, and then it's the same thing like with last game. How do these first 2 turns go? Does Phil get to play spells? Does Jake get to strip multiple cards out of Phil's hand?
Yeah. Such a good point. A lot on the line for these players. Jake will start with the initiative here in game 3. Jake will be actively searching.
Yeah, so what we're seeing on screen now is the meta breakdown of leaders for Pool A.
Yep.
So yeah, we can see Piet at the top, and I'm curious how much of that is people not changing their deck from the 3v3, and if we'll see Piet still be the top deck in Pool B tomorrow.
I think that is the big question, because Piet Red was the most represented in the team event. 12 of the 44 teams. And
I'm really intrigued by the 5 Han 1 yellows. I can think of 2 of those. I know exactly 2 of those 5, but I'm curious how many people... how many other people are on Han 1 yellow and what kind of variation they're bringing?
Yeah, very interested to see these Han 1 yellow decks.
And we see Jake keep his hand, and I think Phil's keeping too. So both players like what they've got.
in for a show. Just looking over on our monitor here. One of the other backup matches is still going, so if this game happened to go quick, we could potentially have another match still running here, but this may very well be the final game of day one for us on stream. We've got Ara Singh coming out on turn one for Jake, and Philip with that Han action ability going to play the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit down on turn one, getting a 3-cost unit right out of the gate here. Initiative on Jake's side. Ara Singh will get in for 3. And here comes the resupply. He was able to get it on turn 2 this time. So important for Philip. We see Jake play Boba Fett. Cad Bane, leader, triggered ability.
It's exactly what we talked
Obi-Wan
about.
Kenobi.
Where he goes 3-drop unit on turn 1 into resupply on turn 2, and now Jake's got to be worried what happens next turn now.
Yeah. Three damage coming through with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Jake just claiming the initiative, but certainly not how Jake would have drawn it up so far to start this game 3. What kind of disruption will Jake have for us here as we get into a position where Philip could try and deploy that Han this turn? He could go for the 5, 6, 7 here, but we have seen quite a bit of disruption on Jake's side.
He could just go for the 6.
Yeah, could just go for the 6.
With the cunning. Because Jake actually has units that Philip would not mind bouncing, which is not always the case against these mono-yellow decks.
Ara Singh, patient and deadly, getting in for another 3 damage.
This game, Philip taking his dice up to 6. Maybe Jake will stop at 4.
Throwing a curveball here on us here in game 3. That Han action ability was used. Philip could deploy at any point here. Boba Fett getting in for 3. Both players just trading chunks of 3 damage.
Yeah, I think before Philip flips, he wants Jake to do something to see if he can get a read for No Good to Me Dead or anything else before he flips this Han. I think Jake passed.
Is it going to be cunning? It is going to be cunning. Instantly going to exhaust Han Solo.
Like tap and then a random discard.
Random discard, only 2 cards in hand. Could be a big hit here. It's the U-Wing reinforcement. Great discard for Jake off of the cunning, stopping the big turn that Philip was trying to line up here.
I'm curious. The card left it. Oh, Philip just claims, doesn't spend any
Interesting.
resources.
Did he happen to have 2 7s maybe in his hand?
It's possible, but the other thing that claiming does is it guarantees he can get to 7
this time. Yep, absolutely. Great point.
We know that he had a cunning, but it might have been one of the cards. He might have resourced it to the Han ability, so it might not still be in his hand.
All right, here we go. Philip has the initiative. Starting back here, 6 resources.
We'll also get
the
a
question
feel
is,
for
does
how
he be
Phil
aggressive
thinks he's
here?
doing. Yeah, exactly.
Does he go to Ara Singh or does he go to base? That's the question, and he's going to take out Ara Singh here, taking out the Bounty Hunter. 1 damage back, getting that 7th ready resource from the top card of his deck. Now, in theory here, Jake has the option to take out Han Solo with that Boba Fett between the 3 power and the on attack ability. We're going to see another cunning coming from Jake here. Discarding another card. He's got 2 in hand once again. What's the hit? It's another 7-cost card. Another card that goes and gets units. Keller and Beck discarded. Oh, man.
Also of note, he discarded a Force unit that would have given Obi-Wan Sentinel.
Yes, that is such a good point.
Then Waylay on
Waylay
pumped Boba Fett. So
bouncing.
Philip fighting back as well, and we'll see. And the tech. So
very strong follow-up. This is a great follow-up into a strong play from Jake. But now Philip has complete control of the ground arena. We're tied up at 9 damage on each base. Tech is in play. Now Cad Bane will certainly be looking to deploy here on this next turn, but if you're Philip, you've got to like the current position here,
Yeah,
even
definitely.
after losing the U-Wing reinforcement and Kelleran back on the discard.
Yeah. Yeah, getting 2 7s discarded and still having a good board state. I think Philip's pretty happy with this right now, but obviously Jake has a lot of options that can turn the tide of that pretty quickly.
Jake has the initiative. Staring down. A total of 9 damage in the ground arena on Philip's side. Paying 4, it's going to be Forlom. Forlom's going to come in, ambush, and defeat the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit. Cad Bane. Leader's ability is triggered here. And it's going to be another damage, I believe, going on to the Han Solo leader. Maybe Philip rethinking this.
Whoever Philip puts the damage on, Cad Bane can flip and attack and kill. So Philip's
That's
trying
right.
to decide if he
Which
wants
one do
the
I
Cad
need?
Bane to be able to easily kill the Han or easily kill the Tech. He goes for easily kill the Han, which I don't hate. I think I like that a lot. It deals more damage back to the Cad Bane, and it makes it more likely that your Tech might stay alive.
Four more damage coming into base here. It's 13 damage on Jake's base. There comes the Cad Bane leader, and Philip has found another Kelleran Beck. He's going to go digging here and does have 1 ready resource, so in theory we could see a unit that costs up to 4.
Yeah, the 7 drops can't stop coming, and they won't stop coming, in the words of Smash Mouth.
And he finds
another
another Obi-Wan
Obi.
Kenobi, which
That
gets
protects his
Sentinel,
Han
and
leader.
it's so good. That's right. Cad Bane cannot get through now. He's going to have to attack into the Sentinel unit.
Yeah, huge hit for Phil off of the Kelleran Beck, and also huge hit off the top of his deck to get to the Kelleran Beck. Jake's trying his hardest here. He says, "I've got 2 7s out. How many of these? How many of these do I have to keep trying
Yeah,
to discard?"
I keep discarding them. Where are these cards coming from?
Yeah, I like that play a lot because if Zuckuss comes in, Zuckuss has
Zuckuss is
Saboteur.
so good following Forlom.
Yeah, and so I think you've got to say if Jake wants to attack in and kill my Tech, he can, but he can't Zuckuss and kill whatever he wants. And this Kelleran is also threatening to hit for 7, so just taking away the potential big swing and protecting your big unit there.
We are moving on to another turn here. Philip in control of this game. He's ahead in the race. He's got multiple very crucial threats in the ground arena. Let's see what Jake starts with. It's going to be the hostage taker, capturing both Kelleran Beck and Tech. And then the Cad Bane leader triggered ability here. 2 damage coming through to one of these units.
I can't see the dice on Han. I believe he has 2 damage on him, so he could take the hit and be 4. I could be mistaken about how much damage he has.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I believe it is 2 damage. And it is going to be another 2 damage dealt to Han here. So 4 damage on both of these ground units. Han Solo, leader unit, attacking into Jake's base. 17 damage on. But Jake, being aggressive, still feels he's in an okay position here. Cad getting in for 4.
Yeah, so 20 damage now on Jake's base, up to the 13 on Phil's.
Oh, and
Wait.
did he just waylay?
Waylay the Cad, get my
Oh,
7
man.
health back, redo all
Waylay.
your work,
So good. Another waylay here.
and Tech's
Millennium Falcon coming out. Another 3 damage. It's 23 damage on Jake's base. Just 7 HP remaining.
So Cad can now capture the Obi-Wan and the Kelleran when it comes back down, but you still
They're
have
still
this
lethal.
Tech out. Yeah, the Tech and the Falcon, like you've got the damage on board. You have to have more than Cad Bane.
Yeah, because Cad Bane could take the 7 power, but then Philip could immediately swing with Han, and then one action with Millennium Falcon would take care of this game. So Jake has to stop multiple threats here. He only has 7 resources to do it. So if he plays the Cad Bane, there's only 1 resource to work with, and you can't McClunky that, right? I mean, dude, it's a tough spot here. We are going to see the hostage taker once again, capturing 2 units. Kelleran Beck and Obi-Wan Kenobi will be guarded by Cad Bane, the 7 cost unit. Cad Bane, leader triggered ability, 2 damage to the Millennium Falcon. Action back over to Philip. Just needs to find 7 more damage. We're looking into the resources. It's another hotshot blaster, 6 damage with Han, leader unit. I don't think Jake has a way out of this. He's going to extend the hand for the fist bump. Philip, our defending champion, after falling in game 1, has come back to take it in games 2 and 3. What a way to close out this day 1.
That was a wild series of games. I'm really excited that Jake's deck ran on all cylinders in game 1. We got to see what it can do when you get the Garandan plus McClunky train going, how it can basically just stop any deck completely in its tracks. Like, Jake was able to showcase that his deck has legs and can do really cool things. Yeah. And then Philip showcased why he won this event last year and why he's one of the best players in the world, why he flew here to defend his title. And you could just see with the lines that he was taking, you could see what he was trying to play around. And in my opinion, he played those games 2 and 3 just masterfully, so well. And against a deck he's probably not played against, but he still figured out really quickly what it was doing. And I think he played around the cards that he could play around really well.
He did.
So yeah, he really impressed me with his play, and he always does. So.
Philip, absolutely a phenomenal player, no doubt about it. And he's so good about, I think you talked about it a little bit, sniffing out all these little possible plays. He makes such good reads on his opponent. Oh, yeah. And he's able to use that information to make the best lines on his side of the table. And, wow, what a fantastic come-from-behind win. It looked like that may be a tough matchup for Philip, but he was able to turn it around. What a day that this has been. The team event was fantastic. Some of the most fun we have in Star Wars Unlimited in the team event, which this guy right here is in the top 8 of the team event. So
you better believe it.
He's there with his team, super spicy team, because you had the lab rats with you.
We had the lab rat. Yeah, Team B and Cardboard Chefs. So, yeah, if nobody's watched the show, actually, it's a really cool YouTube show called Cardboard Chefs that George the Hulk and Ian Lego Pizza are the contestants. I'm the host, and we bring on Crispy was both a guest and a judge. We bring on judges. It's a really cool show where we basically, I give secret ingredients to the contestants, and they have to build spicy brews on the fly while we judge them live. That's awesome. It's really fun. Check it out. It's on this YouTube channel if you want to check it out. It's a ton of fun. We're going to be doing another one a week after BIATL ends. So we'll send out that. But yeah, it's a super fun show. Hope you guys like it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, you mentioned For the Network YouTube channel. Huge shout out to everyone a part of For the Network making this stream possible. If you haven't already, please subscribe to For the Network. Get your notifications turned on. Don't miss anything that they put out. But you don't want to miss when we go live tomorrow and Sunday. Yeah. We've got a full day of action, another 10 total rounds tomorrow between finishing Pool 1 and then Pool 2, and then we'll have the top cut action on Sunday. It's been a pleasure. It's been so much fun here on day 1. I've had a blast casting so many fantastic matches, but I think that is going to wrap it up for us tonight. We're all exhausted, and we are excited to get a quick bite to eat and try to get a little bit more sleep tonight.
Yeah. You see the link in there for the pool tomorrow, so we'll see you guys bright and early at 8 a.m. Eastern. I am Jeff from the Bot Network. This is Josh Snyder from Next Gen Gaming, and that was Frank.
That was Frank sneaking by. We love Frank. We love Frank and Courtney.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Take care, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.